Welcome back to the Timeless Tales Library, where the world outside fades and a new story begins. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing a soothing 6 hours of continuous sleep-trained stories, calm bedtime stories for grown-ups to aid you towards restful sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a place you dream of a story, taking you to perhaps Paris, Rome, the Grand Canyon, or a quiet forest. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Now, exhale slowly and imagine yourself unspooling any worries or thoughts. Like threads of a tangled knot, you are in the silken archives, a silent, smooth-walled room of the Timeless Tales Library. Here the books are not bound in leather or cloth, but in fine, soft silk. Each page is a weightless layer, and the stories within are as light as a whisper. Feel the cool, smooth touch of silk against your skin as you settle into your bed, your own private cocoon in these archives. Relax your shoulders, unclench your jaw, and let your hands rest gently by your side. Let your mind unspool and untangle, becoming as smooth and calm as the pages of a silken book. The stories of the archives are like a comforting blanket. Let them wrap around you, soft and weightless. Around the world in 80 days. The somnambulist train. The soft sigh of the Pullman car's air brakes was the gentlest caress against the drowsy twilight, a whispering exhale that seemed less mechanical release than a deliberate hush, urging the world into quietude. Phileas Fogg, impeccably dressed as always, though his customary crispness was softened by the carriage's plush velvet and the hour's languor, peered through the large arched window with a gaze that, for once, held no calculation. Outside, the world was a watercolor of dissolving light, deepening lavender, brushed faintly with muted rose, the last vestiges of a sunset reluctant to depart. The colors melted into an indigo so profound it promised a night steeped in stillness, a pause in time itself. He wasn't consulting his watch. No wager hung over him now. No frantic schedule pulled at his mind. This journey was of a different order entirely. A deliberate meandering across the landscapes of slumber, a voyage where the destination was not conquest but surrender, not victory but release, the true reward lying in the half-waking drift of the transit itself. Across from him, the ever-faithful Passepartout was already succumbing to the spell of the evening. His usually bright eyes, those that had darted with unflagging curiosity across continents and oceans, were now half-lidded. His robust frame slackened into the velvet armchair's embrace, as if it had been waiting all along to claim him. A half-knitted scarf, an ambitious project begun somewhere between the foothills of the Himalayas and the blossom-draped gardens of Japan, lay forgotten in his lap. The yarn was tangled in a loose skein, the polished needles catching the glow of the carriage's ornate lamps with the faintest glimmer, like stars glimpsed through gauze. His chest rose and fell in the slow rhythm of repose, and he let out a sigh so gentle it might have been mistaken for the soft release of steam from some distant, unseen engine. Aouda, poised in her quiet grace, sat by a window on the opposite side. Her silk shawl, the hue of twilight mist, was draped lightly around her shoulders, and in the dim light it shimmered like gossamer veils trailing through water. She was not reading, nor sketching, her usual companions for journeys of length. Instead, she watched with a contemplative stillness, her dark eyes drinking in the dream-painted landscape beyond the glass. Her expression was serene, yet edged with a subtle, almost secret smile, as though she alone knew the true nature of this voyage, that it was not merely travel, but initiation into some softer state of being, where time unspooled itself without urgency. The passing scenery seemed less like countryside than the slow unfolding of a dream's tapestry, threads of shadow and color woven into silence. The train itself, the somnambulists express, was no ordinary engine but a vessel conjured from reverie. Its carriages bore not numbers but the names of constellations: Ursa Major, Lyra, Orion, each one a sanctuary of polished walnut, thick carpets muffling every step, and furnishings upholstered so deeply that sitting felt like surrendering to clouds. Along the corridor, gilded sconces glowed like captive starlight, shedding a warmth that banished any notion of haste. The gentle rumble of its wheels against the tracks was not the iron clamor of industry, but a low, ceaseless lullaby, a vibration felt more than heard, steady and soothing, as if the train itself breathed with the rhythm of sleep. It did not lurch or rattle. It drifted forward with such smoothness one might believe it was gliding on air, a dream in motion, carrying its passengers across not land, but through the very fabric of slumber itself. The first stop was entirely unexpected, yet it arrived with a logic so dreamlike it felt inevitable. The train slowed with an almost imperceptible grace, as if drifting into the arms of sleep itself, before settling at rest, not beside a bustling station, but along the edge of an endless, undulating field of bioluminescent poppies. Their petals shimmered in hues of pale moonlight and molten silver, each bloom pulsing with a soft inward glow that rose and fell like the breathing of countless tiny stars. The dusk around them dissolved into a sea of living radiance, a landscape that belonged not to earth but to some celestial memory. The air that greeted them was crisp and cool, carrying the delicate sweetness of night-blooming jasmine braided with something more elusive, an ancient fragrance like moss after a gentle rain, mingled with the faintest trace of incense smoke, as though the field itself were steeped in prayer. Curious, Fogg murmured, rising slowly from his seat. His movements carried none of his usual precision, only a languid calm that mirrored the train's deceleration. He stepped toward the open doorway, pausing on the viewing platform. The wrought iron railing was cool beneath his fingertips, faintly damp with condensation, not on any known itinerary. Passepartout, now fully awake and animated by wonder, stretched like a cat uncurling from slumber. "Perhaps, monsieur," he suggested, a grin tugging at his lips. "It is on an unknown itinerary, the very best kind." His eyes sparkled in the shifting glow. The poppies' radiance reflected like constellations in miniature. Auda joined them, her silk shawl catching threads of silver light as she leaned outward, her gaze sweeping the luminous expanse. Her smile deepened with a serene recognition. "It is as if the earth itself breathes light," she murmured, her voice soft, almost reverent, a pause for contemplation. Together they stepped down onto a path paved with smooth river stones, each one glimmering faintly with a pearl-like luminescence that seemed to come from within. There was no station house, no sign of human presence, only the boundless field of glowing poppies stretching toward a horizon painted in velvet tones of charcoal and sapphire. At its distant edge stood a single, immense oak, its trunk gnarled with centuries, its branches draped in veils of phosphorescent moss that cascaded like forgotten strands of celestial jewelry. From deep within its hollow heart came a low, resonant hum, a note of such subtle music it was felt more than heard, vibrating in harmony with the faint rhythm of the waiting train. As they walked, the ground yielded beneath their steps with a softness that suggested not earth but compressed clouds, springing gently as though alive. The stillness of the air was absolute, broken only by the rustle of their movements, and the perfume of the flowers hung heavy and intoxicating, wrapping them in its spell. Fog, usually so detached, extended a hand almost without thought, his fingertip grazing the edge of a luminous petal. It was cool and impossibly smooth, leaving behind a delicate tingle that lingered on his skin like a whispered promise. There was no urgency, no expectation pressing upon them. The somnambulist's express stood silently on its track, its lacquered side polished to a mirror sheen that reflected the galaxy of poppies in perfect imitation. It seemed less a machine than a watchful beast, waiting with patient majesty for its passengers to return from this detour into wonder. They wandered deeper into the poppy field, their footsteps sinking slightly into the pliant earth, which yielded like damp velvet beneath their soles. The blossoms around them swayed in slow, synchronized waves, their glow ebbing and flowing in a rhythm that felt less like wind and more like breath. The air itself seemed to shimmer, caught between fragrance and light, as though the entire meadow were alive and aware of its visitors. Passepartout, ever curious, knelt beside a particularly large bloom, its petals glistening with dew that refracted its unusual emerald glow into 1,000 tiny sparks. He extended his hand, hesitant yet eager, and the flower seemed to pulse brighter at his nearness, as though acknowledging him. "Remarkable, monsieur," he whispered, his voice reverent, fearful of disturbing the fragile spell that held them. "I have never seen such a thing. Even the gardens of Kyoto were not so strange." His eyes, usually restless, were wide and still, utterly captured by the emerald light. Aouda's gaze drifted lower, to where a perfectly smooth stone, no larger than a locket, lay nestled amongst the blossoms. Its polished jade surface glowed faintly from within, as if a single drop of sunlight had been trapped inside. She cupped it in her palm, and to her surprise, it thrummed gently against her skin, sending a vibration up her wrist. "It hums," she said softly, lifting her eyes to the others, her voice barely audible. "A quiet song, like the earth singing to itself." She closed her eyes, listening, her lips curving into a serene smile. Fogg, who was seldom moved by anything beyond the measured tick of his pocket watch, found an unfamiliar lightness stirring within his chest. It was as though the field itself had loosened the iron chains of reason that so often bound him. He lifted his gaze and observed a tiny moth drifting lazily between the glowing poppies. Its wings were translucent, painted with shifting hues of violet and silver, dusted with what looked like powdered starlight. The creature hovered delicately, pausing at each bloom with the solemnity of a priest attending sacred altars. Fogg felt his breath slow to match its graceful rhythm. For the first time in memory, he was content not to measure or analyze, but simply to witness. Time ceased to matter in that glowing expanse. Minutes, hours, perhaps even days, folded together into a single, elongated moment of wonder. At last, a gentle sound reached them from the direction of the train, the delicate chime of a silver bell, soft as wind through crystal, drifting across the poppy field. It carried no urgency, no command, but rather the tender suggestion of return, an invitation woven from light and air. They turned as one, not with regret, but with a quiet joy, as though the field had gifted them something intangible and eternal. The somnambulist's express waited in stately silence, its polished surface reflecting the glow of the poppies so that the train itself seemed wreathed in stars. As they reboarded, the lamps within the carriage glowed warmer than before, a golden welcome, as if the train had been watching and was pleased to gather them once more into its embrace. The train resumed its journey, gliding with effortless grace through the moon-kissed night. The world outside dissolved into a silvery haze, shadows and light melting into one another until time itself seemed to lose its meaning. Fogg settled back into his velvet armchair, a profound calm enfolding him like a second skin. His thoughts, usually so tightly wound around timetables and precise reckonings, were strangely unburdened. He thought only of the gentle sway of the carriage, the lullaby rhythm of the wheels upon the track, and the quiet, reassuring presence of his companions nearby. It was a serenity he had not known in years, if ever. When dawn arrived, if dawn it could truly be called in this dream-woven voyage, it came not with the sharp brilliance of morning, but with a soft, pearlescent glow that seemed to seep gently through the carriage windows. The light was tender, diffuse, as though the sky itself were made of mother of pearl. Beyond the glass, the landscape had transformed entirely. They were gliding through vast, rolling hills, the color of aged parchment and pale ochre, the ground undulating in endless folds, like the pages of an immense, weathered manuscript. Groves of ancient, gnarled trees punctuated the slopes, their branches twisted into shapes resembling quills, as though poised to write across the horizon. The very air, though invisible, carried a fragrance unmistakable, the dry, heady perfume of old paper, vellum and ink, mingled with something more elusive, the faint sweetness of memory itself. The train slowed with its familiar hush, and at last came to rest beside a vision both startling and inevitable, an open-air library carved directly into the hillside. Towering shelves, hewn from pale stone and polished smooth by time, stretched outward in graceful arcs, filled with books whose spines glowed in muted hues, greens faded like antique silk, blues softened to dusky twilight, browns as warm as worn leather. There was no roof to contain them, only the luminous sky, which bathed the endless rows in a light that seemed designed for reading. Between the shelves drifted delicate banners, impossibly suspended, their surfaces covered in shifting symbols that glimmered like liquid script, rearranging themselves as though alive. They fluttered gently, despite the absence of wind, as if stirred by unseen thoughts. A library without walls, Aouda whispered, her eyes widening, her breath catching at the sight. There was reverence in her tone, as though she had stumbled into a sanctuary built for the soul itself. How utterly magnificent! Passepartout, practical even in wonder, frowned in mild confusion. "But, monsieur," he said, tilting his head toward the open sky, "what if it rains?" Fogg regarded the endless shelves, his gaze softening in a way almost imperceptible to anyone who did not know him. A rare smile, fleeting but genuine, touched his lips. He raised a hand and gestured calmly toward the glowing heavens. "It never rains here, Passepartout, not in the way you imagine, only gentle understanding." At his words the silence deepened, not oppressive but comforting, as if the very air of the place acknowledged the truth of it. The shelves stood eternal, inviolate, guardians of knowledge that was never meant to be lost. They disembarked onto a path paved with slabs of polished petrified wood, each one cool beneath their steps and streaked with veins of amber and gold, as though the earth itself had been transformed into luminous pages. The air carried a fragrance both comforting and strange, the dusty perfume of old parchment and weathered leather mingled with the delicate sweetness of dried wildflowers, as though someone had pressed entire meadows between the leaves of forgotten books. Silence hung thick around them, yet it was not empty. It pulsed with a living hush, broken only by the faint rustling of pages turning. The sound came not from hands, but from invisible currents of air that breathed gently through the stacks, giving the immense library its own steady rhythm, as though it were reading itself. Each book was singular. Some glimmered with covers of iridescent beetle wings that shimmered in shifting colors as they moved. Others were sheathed in soft moss, damp and velvety to the touch, with titles etched in tiny threads of living lichen. A few tomes bore bindings of smooth river stone or translucent glass that seemed to hold captive clouds of drifting light. The titles, when they could be read, whispered of impossible wonders, a compendium of forgotten seasons, the alchemy of starlight stew, histories of creatures found only between heartbeats. There was no order, no catalogues, no stern librarian presiding. The books simply were, patient as time, waiting for the right soul to open them. Aouda moved gracefully among the towering shelves, her silk shawl trailing like a wisp of twilight. Her fingertips skimmed over the spines as if they were instruments in a vast orchestra, until she paused at a modest, robin's egg blue volume tucked between two massive folios. She lifted it carefully. When opened, Its pages revealed no words, but pressed leaves, fern fronds, and blossoms of impossible hues, each retaining a color so vibrant it seemed freshly plucked. As she turned the pages, a faint melody rose, delicate, elusive, like the lull of a bird calling from far away, woven into the silence. Her eyes softened, the corners of her lips curving upward as she listened. Passepartout, in contrast, gravitated to the grander tomes, drawn to a shelf sagging under the weight of atlases larger than any he had seen. With effort, he pulled one down, its cover cool and luminous, as though woven from strands of moonlight itself. Inside, the maps unfurled, not of nations or seas, but of emotions. Landscapes of joy spread like golden plains, sorrow fell in deep indigo valleys, and forests of longing tangled across the margins. One river shimmered in an iridescent blue, labeled the River of Forgotten Laughter. Passepartout's calloused finger traced its winding course, his usual exuberance dimmed into something quieter, almost wistful, as though he could hear echoes of those lost moments rippling beneath the map's surface. Fogg, for his part, felt himself subtly drawn away from the great avenues of shelves into a narrow, secluded alcove where the air thrummed with a different kind of resonance. Here the books seemed to hum softly, as though tuned to a deeper frequency that spoke directly to the stillness within him. He rested his hand on a slim volume, its cover bound in what felt like spun starlight, cool, smooth, and faintly luminous. The title glowed faintly in shifting silver letters, The Quiet Observation of Things. Opening it at random, he found no text, but a single illustration, a dewdrop clinging to a spider's web, rendered with such astonishing precision it seemed alive. Within that fragile sphere shimmered a whole universe, tiny stars reflected, inverted landscapes, hints of infinities unseen. He traced the image with his eyes, his breath unconsciously slowing until he felt suspended in the moment. He lowered himself onto a moss-covered bench, its surface soft and faintly fragrant, as if it had grown there expressly for contemplation. Peace stole over him, not the brittle peace of order and schedules, but something deeper, an acceptance that needed no measure or control. Time thinned and melted, hours dissolving like snowflakes on warm glass. Around him, the library breathed in its steady rhythm. Pages rustled gently of their own accord, banners whispered their shifting symbols, and his companions moved in quiet reverence. Conversations were no more than murmurs, exchanged glances, and fleeting smiles that carried the intimacy of old confidences. It was a place of listening, not only to books but to the inward voice that rarely found room to speak. When at last the silvery chime of the somnambulist's express drifted through the air, it did not intrude. It beckoned softly, like a bell calling pilgrims home. Rising reluctantly, they returned along the polished path. The air seemed lighter now, as though some unseen weight had been quietly unfastened from their shoulders. Their hands were empty, but their minds brimmed, filled with treasures no shelf could hold. Back aboard, the lamps of the carriage glowed with a deep amber warmth, more intimate than before, as though welcoming them back with affection. The train stirred, wheels clicking into their steady rhythm, carrying with them the echoes of stories too vast for memory to contain. Outside, the world had shifted again. A tapestry of soft greys and blues blurred past, hills dissolving into mist, the horizon an impressionist wash of dream and distance. The somnambulist's express glided onward, unhurried, a vessel between worlds, bearing its passengers deeper into wonder. Such a peculiar journey, Passepartout mused, settling back into his chair. His half-finished scarf, long abandoned, now slipped easily through his fingers as he resumed knitting, though his movements were slower, more contemplative. No rush, no schedule, just seeing things. Perhaps, Fogg replied after a pause, his voice low and measured, the most profound journeys are those without a fixed itinerary, those that allow for the unexpected, the serendipitous. He turned his gaze to the window, his eyes reflecting the amber glow of the lamps. The journey itself becomes the destination. Auda smiled at this, her features softened in the warm light. And the destination, perhaps, is simply a deeper understanding of oneself found in the quiet corners of the world, or in the moments we do not plan. The somnambulist's express continued onward, its rhythm unhurried, steady as a heartbeat. Hours melted into one another as the scenery outside shifted again. The world had become a vast, shimmering plain of clouds, their surfaces glinting like iridescent silk. The train no longer seemed bound to rails, but floated between a lavender sky above and an amethyst earth below, the horizon erased into infinity. Inside the carriage, the air thickened with a gentle warmth, carrying the faint, sweet fragrance of warm milk mingled with honey, a scent so comforting it seemed conjured from childhood memory. The sway of the train deepened into a rocking lull, cradling them as if in a giant's arms. At length, the train slowed not with the jolt of arrival, but with the gradual stillness of a sigh. The wooden wall of the carriage shimmered, its polished surface dissolving into transparency until an immense panorama unfolded before them. Directly beneath the train stretched a lake of liquid moonlight, its surface smooth as glass, its depths luminous with their own inner radiance. It was not water, not truly, but something between reflection and dream. From its glowing expanse rose tiny luminous beings that first appeared to be fish. They swam in slow looping spirals, their bodies the color of pale pearls, their trails dissolving into faint streams of silver light. But as Fogg watched more closely, his perception shifted. They were not creatures of flesh at all, but ephemeral clusters of distilled thought, moments crystallized into luminous form. They drifted together, coalescing into patterns that suggested half-remembered stories, before separating again into new currents, each movement a narrative too delicate to speak aloud. From the carriage floor, a ladder unfolded silently, woven from strands of what looked like pure starlight. Its glow illuminated the crystalline clarity of the moon lake below, as though inviting descent. "Are we meant to swim?" Passepartout whispered, his voice tinged with a mixture of awe and mischief, the knitting forgotten again in his lap. Perhaps, Aouda replied, her eyes sparkling with playful light, or perhaps only to witness. Fog said nothing, only inclined his head slightly, his features softened into stillness. He had never felt so peaceful, nor so willing to simply be. The moon lake shimmered back at him, an eternal mirror not of the world, but of thought itself. A gentle hum, like the far-off ringing of a crystal bell, resonated through the carriage. It was not sound alone, but a vibration that touched the very marrow of their bones, spreading calm as it flowed through them. They felt no urgency to descend the ladder, no stirring of curiosity sharp enough to break the serenity. It was enough simply to watch, to bear witness to the luminous ballet below. The warmth inside the carriage deepened until it felt like a comforting embrace, a hearth with no fire, a mother's arms with no weight. The seats beneath them yielded perfectly, reshaping to their forms as though sculpted from velvet clouds, each cushion a cocoon that seemed to breathe with their breaths. They were not merely sitting, but being gently held. As they gazed into the liquid moonlight, Aouda leaned closer to the transparent wall, her eyes wide with quiet delight. The luminous thoughts drifting below began to stir into recognizable patterns. At first it was only suggestion, a curve, a silhouette, but slowly they clarified. A tiny, glowing hot air balloon floated upward, its basket swaying as if carried by invisible currents. A moment later a steamship appeared, its hull carved from silver radiance, its wake rippling in threads of light. These were not her memories, but echoes, gentle imprints of adventure, fragments of journeys long since woven into story. Passepartout's hand pressed to the glass, his knitting tumbling forgotten to the floor. His voice was hushed with awe. "Monsieur Fogg, look, there a train, just like ours." Indeed, among the slow drifting currents of light, a miniature somnambulist's express glided gracefully, its every detail rendered in moonglow. It curved and swayed with quiet dignity, a mirror of the great carriage that now carried them through dream. Fogg watched, and something within him loosened, a recognition that required no words. This train, this journey, the luminous lake, all of it was a tapestry not spun from timetables and destinations, but from the art of stillness, of reflection, of surrender. A world where the act of watching was enough, and where peace itself was the destination. The starlit ladder withdrew, folding back into the floor with a sigh too soft to disturb thought. The transparent wall shimmered, its dream window closing into the familiar wood once more, sealing the vision with the gentleness of a closing eyelid. The train resumed its glide, not with force but with an imperceptible shift, as though it had never paused at all. The hum softened into a purr, the air warmed further, laced now with the faint perfume of lavender and cedar, a fragrance that seemed to reach back into memory of gardens at dusk, of books opened by lamplight, of rest long denied but now freely given. Outside the windows the sea of clouds stirred, not in storm but in deliberate grace, swirling as cream folds into dark tea. The palette of the world deepened, from pale amethyst to indigo, from indigo to velvet black. Out of this darkness rose stars, not distant, unreachable pinpricks, but drifting motes of light that hovered near, soft enough to touch. They glowed like lanterns held just beyond the glass, close enough that the passengers almost raised their hands to brush them. The somnambulist's express had slipped fully into the heart of dream. The lamps in the carriage dimmed, not abruptly but with the slow grace of a sunset. Their amber glow softened to a dusky crimson, then deepened further, becoming a gentle ember light that seemed to pulse faintly in rhythm with the heartbeat of the train itself. The shadows lengthened, yet they were not ominous, only tender, like the folds of a velvet curtain drawing closed at the end of a play. The sound of the wheels shifted too. What had once been a lively cadence of clickety-clack now stretched, softened, dissolving into something more felt than heard. It became a resonant thrum, a vibration that lingered in the air, humming quietly through wood and brass, through bone and breath, as though the entire carriage were part of a great, slumbering harp. Passepartout's head tilted gently to one side, his scarf slipping from his lap to become a makeshift pillow beneath his cheek. His chest rose and fell in steady rhythm, his smile faint but unmistakable, the smile of a dreamer already embarked on a lighter, brighter adventure. Oda's lashes fluttered, her gaze fading to a quiet shimmer before closing entirely. Her features, always serene, softened further until she seemed like a figure painted into the hush of a moonlit seascape. She drifted without resistance, her body yielding fully to the plush upholstery, her spirit carried like a leaf upon still waters. Even Phileas Fogg, whose mind was so often a fortress of order and calculation, felt the walls of thought dissolve. Precision melted into mist, and time itself no longer pressed forward but hovered, suspended. The carriage blurred at the edges, light, wood, and fabric flowing together into a single harmonious presence. He had no wish to analyze, no will to resist. Sleep, for once, was not a departure but a destination, long awaited, graciously offered. The somnambulist's express rocked on, not with the insistence of motion but with the tender sway of a cradle. The air thickened with softness, carrying the faint perfume of lavender and cedar, now joined by the subtle freshness of linen sun-dried on a summer afternoon. Fogg allowed his eyes to close. Behind his lids, the images lingered, the luminous fish weaving their constellations in the dream lake, the endless corridors of the star-bound library, the glowing meadows of poppies that swayed without wind. They were not memories to be held, but gifts to be cherished, dissolving gently into the greater hush of rest. Around him, his companions breathed in quiet unison the faint chorus of sleepers. Beyond the glass, the velvet night embraced the train, enfolding it in silence. The rhythm of the wheels slowed further, softer still, until the last vibration faded into nothingness. With a sigh almost too delicate to be heard, the somnambulist's express arrived, not at any station that could be marked on a chart, but upon the uncharted shores of deep, dreamless sleep. There was no fanfare, no call to disembark, only stillness, only peace. All was quiet, all was well, and the night, vast and eternal, held them in its keep and scented dusk, her bare feet finding the worn wooden platform just as the last traces of sunset melted into deep purple sky. She had been walking in her garden, she remembered, admiring how the evening primroses had begun to unfurl their pale yellow petals for their nightly dance. The firefly had seemed ordinary enough at first, blinking its Morse code message among the hollyhocks. But when Alice noticed it was blinking in perfect rhythm with her heartbeat, curiosity had gotten the better of her, as it so often did. Now she stood on a platform that stretched gently into the twilight, its edges softened by climbing roses that bloomed in impossible shades of pearl and cream. Wrought iron benches painted the color of sea foam, invited rest beneath old-fashioned lamp-posts that cast circles of butter-yellow light. The air smelled of jasmine and something else, something warm and welcoming, like fresh bread cooling on a windowsill. A sign swayed slightly in the evening breeze. Platform 7 3/4, the midnight express to somewhere soft, all aboard who need dreams. The letters seemed to shimmer slightly, as if painted with ground pearls mixed into midnight blue paint. Alice adjusted her cotton nightgown. Somehow she had changed from her day clothes without noticing and approached the platform's edge. In the distance she could hear it, the gentle chuff, chuff, chuff of a train, moving not with the harsh urgency of daytime locomotion, but with the patient rhythm of a grandmother's rocking chair. A warm golden light appeared first, growing larger and softer as the train emerged from what might have been a tunnel, though Alice couldn't quite see where the tunnel ended and the starry sky began. The locomotive that approached was unlike any she had ever seen, crafted from what appeared to be polished amber and burnished copper, its surfaces catching and holding the lamplight like captured sunshine. Steam rose from its chimney in lazy spirals, but it wasn't the harsh white steam of ordinary trains. These were clouds of palest rose and lavender, drifting upward to join the real clouds in their slow dance across the darkening sky. The train's headlamp cast not a piercing beam, but a gentle wash of light that seemed to make everything it touched more beautiful rather than simply more visible. As the train drew closer, Alice could see that its cars were each painted in different soft hues, cream and sage, dusty rose and the palest blue, like a string of giant Easter eggs rolling through the night. Windows glowed warmly from within, and she caught glimpses of movement behind the glass, though she couldn't quite make out what or who moved there. The train came to a stop with the gentlest of sighs, as if it were settling down for a well-deserved rest. No harsh screech of brakes, no jolting halt, just a quiet settling, like a cat curling up in a sunny spot. The silence that followed was not empty, but full of anticipation, like the moment before a music box begins to play. A door opened in the car directly in front of Alice, revealing a set of steps that seemed to unfold themselves from the train like a flowering plant reaching toward sunlight. The conductor appeared in the doorway, and Alice smiled to see a face she recognized, though she couldn't immediately place from where. He was a tall, thin man with kind eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles, dressed in a uniform of deepest midnight blue adorned with silver buttons that caught the light like tiny stars. His conductor's cap sat at just the right angle, and when he smiled, Alice noticed that his teeth were slightly crooked in the most endearing way possible. Most remarkably, his hair seemed to shift color ever so slightly in the lamplight, now silver, now the palest gold, now the soft brown of autumn leaves. "Good evening, Miss Alice," he said, his voice carrying the warm cadence of someone who had spent many years announcing stations and destinations to sleepy travelers. "I do hope you haven't been waiting long. The express runs on its own schedule, you understand, not by clocks but by need." "I wasn't waiting at all," Alice replied honestly. "I was following a firefly, and suddenly here I was. But fireflies show you where things want to be." He consulted a pocket watch that ticked not with the regular tick-tock of ordinary timepieces, but with a rhythm like gentle rainfall on leaves. "Right on time, I'd say. Shall we?" Alice took the conductor's offered hand and stepped aboard. The moment her feet touched the train's floor, she felt something she hadn't realized she'd been missing, a sense of perfect safety, of being exactly where she belonged. It was the feeling of coming home to a place she'd never been but had somehow always known. The interior of the first car was even more magical than the outside had promised. The walls were paneled in wood that seemed to glow with its own inner light, perhaps cherry or maple, polished to a warm sheen that reflected the soft illumination from crystal sconces shaped like unfurling ferns. The ceiling was painted to look like a summer night sky, complete with slowly moving constellations that traced familiar patterns, the Big Dipper, Orion, and others Alice couldn't name but felt she should know. Plush seats, upholstered in fabric, the color of morning mist, lined both sides of the car, each one looking perfectly sized for whoever might choose to sit there. Some were high-backed and stately, others were low and cushioned like reading nooks. A few were shaped rather like enormous teacups, which made Alice smile. "This is the boarding car," the conductor explained as he checked his peculiar watch again. "Everyone starts here, though where they end up," he gestured vaguely toward the front of the train, with a smile that suggested pleasant mysteries ahead. "Well, that depends entirely on what sort of dream they're in need of." The train began to move with the same gentle grace with which it had arrived, and Alice felt the soft, rocking motion that would accompany their journey. Through the windows, she watched the station slip away into the soft darkness, though she noticed that the platform's lamps continued to glow like distant stars long after they should have disappeared from view. "How many cars are there?" Alice asked, settling into a seat that seemed to adjust itself perfectly to her height and preference for how the cushions supported her back. "Oh, that's rather hard to say," the conductor replied, polishing his spectacles with a handkerchief that appeared to be embroidered with tiny silver locomotives. "The express has exactly as many cars as it needs on any given night. Sometimes 3, sometimes 33, sometimes numbers that haven't been invented yet. Tonight," he peered toward the front of the train thoughtfully, "tonight, I believe we have quite a few. Shall I show you around?" Alice nodded eagerly, and they began their journey through the cars. The conductor moved with the easy gait of someone perfectly accustomed to the gentle swaying of trains, while Alice found herself delighting in the rhythm of their movement, not walking so much as dancing slowly forward through one wonder after another. The second car was painted in shades of pale green and cream, and as they entered, Alice gasped with delight. This was clearly the garden car, though unlike any garden she had ever seen. The entire car had been transformed into a greenhouse, its ceiling replaced with glass panels through which starlight streamed down onto the most beautiful collection of plants imaginable. Roses climbed up specially installed trellises, their blooms ranging from pure white to the softest pink, and they seemed to glow faintly in the starlight. Hanging baskets overflowed with trailing ivy and delicate ferns, while window boxes were filled with herbs that released their gentle fragrances into the air with each rock of the train: lavender, chamomile, lemon balm, and others Alice couldn't identify, but found deeply soothing. In the center of the car, tending to a particularly magnificent rose bush, was the gardener. Alice recognized her immediately, though she seemed somehow both exactly as expected and wonderfully surprising. She was not young but not old, either ageless in the way of people who spend their lives nurturing growing things. Her hair was silver white and braided with small flowers, and her clothes were the practical sort that gardeners wear: sturdy boots, canvas trousers, and a shirt the color of sage leaves, with a leather apron full of mysterious pockets. From his book with anyone who wanted to listen, though the words seemed to change slightly each time he read them, adapting themselves to each listener's needs. The couple at the corner table were planning a garden they would plant together, sketching ideas on napkins and dreaming aloud of arbors covered in morning glories and paths lined with lavender. The chef brought Alice a cup of tea that steamed with the scent of chamomile and something else, something that reminded her of safe places and kind voices. Evening ease, the chef explained. It's good for helping thoughts settle down for the night, like letting muddy water stand still until it becomes clear again. Alice sipped the tea slowly, feeling its warmth spread through her chest and down into her fingertips and toes. The constant low-level tension she hadn't even realized she'd been carrying began to ease away, leaving her feeling lighter and more present in the moment. "Where exactly are we going?" she asked the chef, who was now polishing a copper pot with the care of someone handling a precious artifact. "Oh, my dear," the chef replied with a smile, "the express doesn't really go to places, it goes to states. Tonight, I believe we're headed toward deep rest, with stops at gentle dreams and peaceful sleep along the way. The destination isn't really what matters on a journey like this one. It's the traveling itself that does the work." When Alice had finished her soup and bread and tea, she thanked the chef warmly and followed the conductor toward the next car. As they walked, she noticed that the train's rhythm had become even more soothing, if that were possible. The gentle rocking motion seemed perfectly calibrated to encourage drowsiness without causing discomfort. The next car was painted in shades of deep blue and silver, and as they entered, Alice found herself in what could only be called the library car. The walls were lined floor to ceiling with books, but these were not ordinary volumes. The leather bindings gleamed in soft hues of blue and green and gold, and the titles seemed to shift and change as Alice looked at them. The collected dreams of sleeping cats, lullabies of the seven seas, the poetry of rain on windows, bedtime stories for grown-up hearts. Comfortable reading chairs were scattered throughout the car, each with its own small table and soft lamp. Some passengers were already settled with books, their faces peaceful in the gentle light. Others browsed the shelves, running their fingers along the spines until they found volumes that seemed to call to them. The librarian sat at a desk near the center of the car, and Alice was delighted to recognize another familiar figure. She was perhaps 40, with dark hair streaked with premature silver and eyes that seemed to hold all the wisdom of all the books she had ever read. Her clothes were simple but elegant, a cardigan the color of twilight over a dress, the shade of deep water, with a brooch shaped like an open book pinned to her collar. "Welcome to the evening reading room," the librarian said, her voice carrying the particular quiet that belongs to libraries everywhere. "Are you looking for anything in particular tonight, Alice?" Alice approached the desk, noticing that it was covered with books that appeared to be waiting for specific readers, as if the librarian somehow knew who would want what before they knew it themselves. "I'm not sure," Alice admitted. "I feel like I'm looking for something, but I don't know what island." The librarian smiled knowingly. "Those are often the best kinds of searches. May I suggest something?" She reached beneath her desk and brought out a book bound in soft grey leather, its title embossed in silver, The Collected Conversations of Night Trains. Alice took the book and found that it fell open naturally to a page somewhere in the middle. The text was written in a flowing hand, as if someone had been taking notes about overheard conversations. And then the conductor said that destinations aren't places you arrive at, but states you allow yourself to enter. The passenger in seat 7 thought about this for 17 miles, watching the sleeping countryside roll past, until she understood that she had been trying to get to happy all her life, when what she really needed was to learn how to be content with the journey toward happiness. Alice read several more entries, each one a small gem of overheard wisdom from other night travelers. Some made her smile, others made her think, and all of them seemed perfectly chosen for this moment on this train in this gentle darkness. Not the sky above, but deeper, more restful shades of blue and purple. Other passengers moved quietly through the library car, some settling with books, others simply browsing. Alice noticed that several people seemed to be writing in journals or notebooks, perhaps recording their own train conversations for some future traveler to discover. A man in a paint-splattered smock was sketching sleeping passengers, his pencil capturing not just their physical forms but somehow the quality of their rest. A woman with silver bells sewn onto the hem of her skirt was reading aloud very softly to a small group, her voice barely audible but somehow perfectly clear to those who needed to hear her story. Alice found herself drifting between reading and observing, the book in her lap open, but her attention divided between the words on the page and the gentle scene around her. The train's rhythm had become even more soothing, if such a thing were possible, and she felt her eyelids growing heavy. "There's no need to fight sleep here," the librarian said softly, appearing beside Alice's chair with a small blanket woven in shades of blue and silver. "The books will wait for you, and sometimes the best reading happens in dreams anyway." Alice accepted the blanket gratefully, tucking it around her legs as she continued to read. The collected conversations seemed perfectly designed for drowsy reading, each entry complete in itself, requiring no sustained attention, offering gentle wisdom that sank into her mind like honey into warm milk. After a time that might have been minutes or might have been hours, time seemed to move differently on the express. The conductor returned. "The music car is beginning its evening concert," he announced quietly to those who might be interested. "Tonight's program features the Sleepy Symphony Orchestra." Alice marked her place in the book and followed several other passengers toward the next car. The transition was accomplished through a short corridor lined with windows that looked out onto what appeared to be a garden of night-blooming flowers, their pale petals glowing softly in the starlight. The music car was perhaps the most beautiful of all, its walls painted in deep purples and blues that seemed to shift and flow like the northern lights. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, but instead of electric lights, they held what appeared to be captured stars, casting a gentle, moving radiance throughout the space. Comfortable seats were arranged in a semicircle around a small stage, and on that stage, the most remarkable orchestra Alice had ever seen was tuning their instruments. The musicians appeared to be a mixture of people and not quite people. Some were clearly human, dressed in formal concert attire, but others seemed to be made of shadow and starlight, their forms shifting gently as they prepared to play. The conductor of the orchestra, not the train's conductor, but a different sort entirely, was a tall, ethereal figure whose hair seemed to be woven from moonbeams and whose baton appeared to be carved from crystallized music itself. When they raised it to begin the performance, a hush fell over the audience that was deeper than mere silence. It was the kind of quiet that comes just before the most beautiful sounds in the world. The music that began then was unlike anything Alice had ever heard. It was as if the orchestra had learned to play the sounds of peace itself, the gentle lapping of water against a safe shore, the whisper of wind through sleeping trees, the soft breathing of a contented cat curled in sunshine. But these natural sounds had been transformed into music, given melody and harmony and rhythm that spoke directly to that part of the soul that longed for rest. Alice settled into her seat and let the music wash over her. The first piece seemed to be a lullaby for grown-ups, with cellos and clarinets weaving together a melody that felt like being rocked to sleep by someone who loved you entirely. The second was more ethereal, as if the string section had learned to play the colors of sunset, each note a different shade of pink or gold or purple painted across the darkness behind Alice's closed eyelids. Around her, other passengers were responding to the music in their own ways. Some sat with eyes closed and faces peaceful. Some swayed gently in their seats, and some seemed to be dreaming with their eyes open, watching visions that only they could see. A few had brought small crafts, knitting, sketching, embroidery, and their hands moved in rhythm with the music, creating beauty in harmony with the sounds that seemed to be singing not words but emotions, contentment, safety, the deep satisfaction that comes from a day well lived and a night that promises rest. Alice found herself thinking of all the people she loved, holding each face gently in her mind as the music continued. The melody seemed to wrap around these memories like a warm shawl, making each one glow more brightly, while somehow also letting them settle peacefully into the background of her thoughts. As the concert continued, Alice noticed that she was becoming increasingly drowsy, but it was the most pleasant drowsiness imaginable, not the heavy fatigue of exhaustion, but the gentle sleepiness that comes when the body and mind are perfectly at ease. Her eyelids grew heavy, but she didn't fight the sensation. Instead, she let herself drift between waking and sleeping, the music creating a bridge between the two states that felt completely natural and safe. The final piece was played so softly that Alice wasn't entirely sure when it ended and silence began. The orchestra seemed to fade away gradually, their forms becoming more translucent until they were indistinguishable from the play of starlight on the walls. The audience remained seated for a long moment, reluctant to break the spell with applause or movement. When Alice finally opened her eyes fully, she found that many of her fellow passengers had drifted off to sleep right there in their seats, and somehow this seemed perfectly appropriate. The music car had become a communal bedroom, filled with the soft sounds of peaceful breathing and the occasional murmur of someone lost in pleasant dreams. The conductor appeared at Alice's side like a gentle shadow. The sleeping car is prepared for those who wish to continue their journey lying down, he whispered, his voice barely audible, but many prefer to remain here. The music car keeps playing throughout the night. The instruments remember the melodies and hum them softly until dawn. Alice could indeed hear it now that she was listening for it, a barely perceptible musical whisper that seemed to rise from the walls themselves, like the memory of the most beautiful sound in the world. She chose to follow the conductor toward the sleeping car, walking carefully among the slumbering passengers. Each face looked peaceful and young, regardless of age, as if the music had washed away not just the day's tensions but years of accumulated worry. The sleeping car was painted in the softest shades of lavender and cream, and instead of regular train seats, it contained the most comfortable-looking beds Alice had ever seen. They were not quite single beds and not quite double, each seemed perfectly sized for whoever would sleep in it, with pillows that looked like clouds and blankets that appeared to be woven from moonlight and starshine. Several beds were already occupied by passengers who had found their way here earlier in the journey. They slept deeply and peacefully, some curled on their sides like cats, others stretched out with arms flung wide in the complete relaxation that comes only with perfect trust in one's safety. "This one is yours," the conductor said, indicating a bed near a window. The sheets were turned down invitingly, and on the nightstand beside it sat a small lamp that cast just enough light to be comforting without being disturbing, along with a glass of water that seemed to capture and hold starlight in its depths. Alice approached her bed and found that someone, perhaps the same thoughtful hands that had prepared all the Express's comforts, had left her a nightgown folded neatly on the pillow. It was made of fabric so soft it seemed to be woven from whispered lullabies, in a shade of pale blue that reminded her of the sky just before dawn. She changed into the nightgown in a small alcove that had been provided for privacy, marveling at how perfectly it fit and how the fabric seemed to carry a faint scent of lavender and vanilla. When she returned to her bed, she found that the covers had been turned back further, and a small note had been placed on the pillow. "Sleep well, Alice. The Express will carry you safely through the night, and you will wake refreshed and renewed, carrying with you the peace of this journey. Sweet dreams are the destination, everything else is just the beautiful route we take to reach them." Alice smiled as she read the note, then folded it carefully and placed it on the nightstand. She slipped between the sheets, which were somehow exactly the right temperature and exactly the right weight, neither too warm nor too cool, neither too heavy nor too light. Through her window, the dreamy landscape continued to flow past hills covered in sleeping flowers, streams that reflected liquid starlight, forests where she could almost see small lights moving among the trees like earthbound fireflies. The conductor appeared one last time, his form barely visible in the gentle darkness. "Is there anything else you need for your journey, Miss Alice?" he whispered. "I don't think so," Alice replied softly, surprised by how drowsy her own voice sounded. "It's been the most wonderful trip. Will I remember it when I wake up?" The conductor smiled, his teeth catching the faint starlight from her bedside lamp. "Memory is a curious thing on the night express," he said gently. "You may not remember every detail. The mind has its own wisdom about what should be kept and what should be allowed to fade. But the feeling of this journey, the peace you've found here, the kindness you've experienced, those will stay with you. They'll become part of who you are, woven so deeply into your being that you'll carry them always, even when you can't quite remember where they came from." Alice nodded, understanding somehow that this was exactly right. She was already beginning to feel drowsy again. The train's gentle motion and the soft sounds of other passengers sleeping peacefully, combining with her own deep relaxation to pull her towards sleep. "Will the Express come again?" she asked, her eyes already closing. "Oh yes," the conductor replied, his voice becoming fainter as Alice drifted closer to dreams. "The night express runs whenever it's needed. Just follow the fireflies and listen for the sound of rails singing lullabies in the darkness. We'll always have a place for you aboard, Miss Alice. Sweet dreams." Alice felt herself sinking deeper into the most comfortable bed in the world, surrounded by the gentlest sounds and softest light, carried forward through the night by a train that ran on rails of starlight toward a destination that was not a place but a state of being. The last thing she was aware of before sleep took her completely was the sound of the Express's whistle, but it wasn't harsh or urgent like the whistles of daytime trains. Instead, it was musical and soft, like a mother humming a lullaby to her sleeping child. As Alice slept, the night express continued its journey through landscapes of dreams and rest, carrying its precious cargo of peaceful passengers toward the gentle shores of morning. And in her dreams, Alice found herself not as a passenger, but as part of the train itself, her heartbeat adding to the rhythm of wheels on rails, her breathing mixing with the soft sighs of steam, her dreams becoming part of the endless, wonderful journey toward somewhere soft, somewhere safe, somewhere perfectly, peacefully asleep. The train rolled on through the night, a gentle giant carrying dreams and dreamers through the quiet hours, its whistle singing soft lullabies to the sleeping world, its lights like stars moving slowly across the darkness, bringing peace to all who needed it most. And somewhere in that gentle motion, somewhere in the rhythm of rails and the whisper of wheels, somewhere in the space between sleeping and waking, Alice found the deepest rest she had ever known, carried safely through the night on the midnight express to somewhere soft, where every arrival was perfectly timed and every journey ended exactly where it needed to, in the quiet country of peaceful dreams. Beauty and the Beast, the train of the whispering willows. The gentle sigh of the evening wind whispered through the tall, slender willows that lined the forgotten tracks, a sound so soft it could almost be mistaken for the quiet breathing of the sleeping world itself. Their trailing branches stirred with the faintest rustle, sweeping the ground in languid arcs, as though brushing away the last remnants of daylight. The air carried with it the fragrance of the countryside at rest, a cool mixture of dew-kissed lavender, damp moss, and the faintest sweetness of clover drifting from some unseen meadow. It was the scent of twilight, rich and calming, infused with the promise of something rare, something just beyond ordinary hours. It was in this deepening hush, when the first stars began to tremble awake in the violet sky, that the train of the whispering willows appeared. At first it was nothing more than a shimmer along the horizon, a wavering suggestion of light that seemed to glide between the trees. Then, slowly, with the inevitability of a dream finding its way into waking thought, it materialized, an apparition draped in twilight's silver threads. Its polished brass gleamed with an inner warmth, glowing as though each rivet and hinge remembered starlight from some other world. Velvet curtains of a deep, wine-dark shade hung inside its windows, drawn against the indigo of the evening, hiding secrets that seemed to call even more strongly because they were unseen. Belle, her book still cradled against her chest, stood by the window of her little ivy-clad cottage. She had been reading moments before, yet the words on the page had blurred as her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the strange glow along the tracks. Her heart caught as the train came into focus, not storming into the night with smoke and thunder, as the iron monsters of modern rails did, but gliding with an elegance that belonged more to dreams than to machines. It moved not as though powered by coal or fire, but by some gentler rhythm, something like music too soft for the ear, but heard all the same in the beating of one's heart. Its carriages were a marvel in themselves. They gleamed in soft tones of moss, green, antique rose, and muted gold. the paint shimmering as though woven from threads of dawn. Each window was framed in woodwork so delicately carved it seemed alive, patterns of leaves, birds, and curling vines that shifted subtly in the lantern glow as if stirred by invisible winds. No station awaited it, no platform stood ready. The train seemed to arrive not for the world at large, but only for those who needed it, those who longed for a passage away from the ordinary. It carried with it a quiet understanding, a promise that whoever stepped aboard would not merely travel, but journey into peace, into stillness, into the gentle unknown. Then came the chime, soft, delicate and clear, like the ringing of frosted glass when touched by a fingertip. It was not loud, not insistent, but it reached Belle's heart like a hand extended through the air. She felt it resonate in her chest, a beckoning she could not ignore. Closing her book, she rose and stepped out into the cool breath of evening. The grass was wet beneath her slippers, the night carrying the freshness of rain long past, though no drops had fallen for days. From the shadows of the cottage's eaves, the beast emerged. His tall, imposing form carried with it a gravity that belonged to wild forests and forgotten castles, yet his steps were surprisingly quiet, almost reverent in the hush of the twilight. His golden eyes caught the glow of the train and reflected it, shining like lanterns in the dusk. He did not speak, he did not need to. With a slow, deliberate grace, he extended one great paw toward Belle. It was an invitation without words, but full of trust. She placed her hand against his fur, warm and strong beneath her palm, and together they walked toward the waiting train. The door before them was unlike any Belle had ever seen. Crafted from wood as smooth as silk, its surface bore faint patterns that rippled like water in moonlight, shifting as she looked upon them. It opened with a sigh so gentle it might have been mistaken for the exhalation of the night itself. No conductor stood waiting on the threshold, no figure in cap or uniform demanding tickets. Instead, only a glow of soft, inviting light spilled out onto the dew-silvered earth, laying a path for them to follow. Embark on a gentle journey aboard a wondrous train that glides through softly painted landscapes, where every window reveals a new, dreamlike vista. Join beloved characters as they uncover quiet magic, surprising beauty, and the comforting embrace of a world touched by gentle enchantment. Beauty and the Beast, the train of the whispering willows. The gentle sigh of the evening wind whispered through the tall, slender willows that lined the forgotten tracks, a sound so soft it could almost be mistaken for the quiet breathing of the sleeping world itself. Their trailing branches stirred with the faintest rustle, sweeping the ground in languid arcs, as though brushing away the last remnants of daylight. The air carried with it the fragrance of the countryside at rest, a cool mixture of dew-kissed lavender, damp moss, and the faintest sweetness of clover drifting from some unseen meadow. It was the scent of twilight, rich and calming, infused with the promise of something rare, something just beyond ordinary hours. It was in this deepening hush, when the first stars began to tremble awake in the violet sky, that the train of the whispering willows appeared. At first, It was nothing more than a shimmer along the horizon, a wavering suggestion of light that seemed to glide between the trees. Then, slowly, with the inevitability of a dream finding its way into waking thought, it materialized, an apparition draped in twilight's silver threads. Its polished brass gleamed with an inner warmth, glowing as though each rivet and hinge remembered starlight from some other world. Velvet curtains of a deep, wine-dark shade hung inside its windows, drawn against the indigo of the evening, hiding secrets that seemed to call even more strongly because they were unseen. Belle, her book still cradled against her chest, stood by the window of her little ivy-clad cottage. She had been reading moments before, yet the words on the page had blurred as her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the strange glow along the tracks. Her heart caught as the train came into focus, not storming into the night with smoke and thunder as the iron monsters of modern rails did, but gliding with an elegance that belonged more to dreams than to machines. It moved not as though powered by coal or fire, but by some gentler rhythm, something like music too soft for the ear, but heard all the same in the beating of one's heart. Its carriages were a marvel in themselves. They gleamed in soft tones of moss green, antique rose, and muted gold, the paint shimmering as though woven from threads of dawn. Each window was framed in woodwork so delicately carved it seemed alive, patterns of leaves, birds, and curling vines that shifted subtly in the lantern glow as if stirred by invisible winds. No station awaited it, no platform stood ready. The train seemed to arrive not for the world at large, but only for those who needed it, those who longed for a passage away from the ordinary. It carried with it a quiet understanding, a promise that whoever stepped aboard would not merely travel, but journey into peace, into stillness, into the gentle unknown. Then came the chime, soft, delicate and clear, like the ringing of frosted glass when touched by a fingertip. It was not loud, not insistent, but it reached Belle's heart like a hand extended through the air. She felt it resonate in her chest, a beckoning she could not ignore. Closing her book, she rose and stepped out into the cool breath of evening. The grass was wet beneath her slippers, the night carrying the freshness of rain long past, though no drops had fallen for days. From the shadows of the cottage's eaves, the beast emerged. His tall, imposing form carried with it a gravity that belonged to wild forests and forgotten castles, yet his steps were surprisingly quiet, almost reverent in the hush of the twilight. His golden eyes caught the glow of the train and reflected it, shining like lanterns in the dusk. He did not speak, he did not need to. With a slow, deliberate grace, he extended one great paw toward Belle. It was an invitation without words, but full of trust. She placed her hand against his fur, warm and strong beneath her palm, and together they walked toward the waiting train. The door before them was unlike any Belle had ever seen. Crafted from wood as smooth as silk, its surface bore faint patterns that rippled like water in moonlight, shifting as she looked upon them. It opened with a sigh so gentle it might have been mistaken for the exhalation of the night itself. No conductor stood waiting on the threshold, no figure in cap or uniform demanding tickets. Instead, Only a glow of soft, inviting light spilled out onto the dew-silvered earth, laying a path for them to follow. As the train carried them farther into this fantastical realm, the stillness of their private corner began to ripple with new life. Other figures gradually emerged from the hushed glow of the carriages, each one as familiar and dear as they were wondrous. In a cozy nook across the aisle, Mrs. Potts sat nestled against a cushion, her porcelain form polished to a sheen that seemed to hold its own warmth. A wisp of steam curled softly from her spout, rising and fading into the amber lamplight above. She hummed to herself, a tune gentle and lullaby-like, the kind of melody that wrapped itself around the heart like a shawl on a cool night. Her eyes bright, kind, and endlessly motherly, gazed out the window, following the shifting colors of dream and sky. Chip, perched on the armrest beside her, peeked his little handle over the edge and gasped at nearly everything that passed. "Oh, look there," he cried as a flock of shimmering birds with translucent wings darted overhead, their bodies trailing streams of glittering dust like shooting stars. "Ah, did you see that?" His small voice rose with delight at every marvel, his eagerness bubbling over like laughter given form. Cogsworth, ever the picture of meticulous order, sat primly in a high-backed chair, his posture stiff, his gaze fixed intently on the pocket watch he clutched with both hands. Yet he wasn't checking the time. Belle realized this with a soft smile. Rather, he seemed soothed by the steady dance of the hands as they circled with unfailing grace, a quiet reminder that some things kept order even when the world around them bent to the logic of dreams. The rhythm of its ticking blended seamlessly with the hum of the train, making the moment feel not bound but endless. Lumiere reclined languidly across a chaise lounge draped in embroidered silk. His golden frame gleamed in the lamplight, and his flames flickered with mesmerizing rhythm, casting warm shadows that danced playfully across the walls. "Ah," he sighed with delight, raising one flaming arm in a flourish, "c'est magnifique." His flames dimmed and brightened like the rise and fall of music, painting Belle's chair in warm blush tones. He closed his eyes briefly, humming a bar of some half-remembered song, the sound melting into the quiet glow of the carriage. The train itself seemed alive with a magic as subtle as breath. Every so often, a delicate chime would ring, not from any bell that Belle could see, but from the air itself, as though the walls had chosen to sing. At its sound, a tray appeared, drifting into the carriage with weightless grace. It bore an assortment of confections that looked almost too beautiful to eat. Macarons tinted with the orange and rose of sunset skies, crescent moon shortbreads dusted in glittering sugar, and slender cups filled with steaming tea whose aroma promised warmth and calm. No one delivered them, no hands set them down. The train seemed to sense what they might need before they themselves did, conjuring comfort with gentle, effortless kindness. Belle picked up a small star-shaped cookie, its delicate edges crumbling against her fingertips. She tasted it, and the flavor unfolded like a memory almond softened by vanilla, light as breath, faintly sweet like the first sip of spring air. She smiled and set the rest upon her napkin, savouring. The beast, with a dexterity that belied his great paws, selected a spiced scone. Its surface still radiated warmth, its scent filling the little alcove with a rich fragrance of nutmeg, cinnamon, and honey. He took a careful bite, closed his eyes, and exhaled a sigh of contentment that rumbled like distant thunder softened by velvet skies. Outside, the dreamscape shifted again, unveiling wonders so surreal they left the heart aching with the sheer beauty of them. The train glided past a valley filled with towering sunflowers whose golden faces turned as one to follow its passage. Each bloom was larger than a dinner plate, their petals glowing faintly as though infused with captured sunlight. They bowed gently in the wake of the train, a drowsy, dignified farewell that seemed to ripple all the way to the horizon. Beyond the valley stretched a forest where every tree was crystalline, branches glimmering like frozen waterfalls. The trunks caught starlight and bent it into prisms, scattering rainbows across the carriage windows. Overhead, the sky had deepened into a velvety indigo, stitched with countless stars that winked as though pleased to be seen. The air itself shifted, cool and bracing, carrying the faint taste of mint and snow that never fell, crisp as though each breath came from the edge of a mountain peak. Belle found herself noticing little details that might have gone unseen in her waking world. The velvet of her chair seemed to ripple faintly, its fabric mirroring the clouds outside as they swirled in pale spirals across the sky. The low humming of the train changed its pitch from moment to moment, not mechanically but musically, rising sometimes into the cadence of a lullaby, then settling back into the low, contented purr of a cat by the hearth. Even the walls were alive. The carved patterns shifted slowly when she wasn't looking, vines blooming into flowers, flowers curling into new shapes, endlessly weaving fresh designs as though painted by unseen hands. Time became a suggestion rather than a rule. Minutes and hours blurred, their edges softened by comfort and wonder. Belle rested her head lightly against the glass of the window, her breath fogging the surface for a moment before it cleared again. Her heart, usually restless with thought and story, grew quiet, lulled into stillness by the rhythm of a world that asked nothing of her but to notice, to breathe, to be. The beast squeezed her hand again, his silence eloquent, his golden eyes reflecting not only the landscapes outside but also the faint light of peace beginning to settle within. And so the train of the whispering willows glided deeper still, carrying its passengers not simply across distance, but into the tender, wordless realms of wonder. "It's a living dream," Belle murmured, her voice barely more than a sigh, as she leaned her head against the beast's sturdy shoulder. His presence was solid and grounding, his fur soft beneath her cheek, radiating a warmth that contrasted the cool glow spilling in from the window. He wrapped an arm gently around her, his massive hand surprisingly tender where it rested along her arm, as though he wished to hold not just her body, but the fragile wonder of the moment itself. The train glided soundlessly forward, the motion so smooth it felt more like drifting through water than rolling on rails. Suddenly, It slipped into the heart of a grove of towering weeping willows. Their trunks rose in great ancient pillars, silvered bark gleaming faintly in the twilight. Their branches, impossibly long, swept downward until they brushed against the windows of the train. The silvery leaves trailed in long curtains across the glass, whispering as they passed, a sound delicate and hushed, as if the trees themselves were sharing secrets too soft for words. As the leaves parted like a curtain drawn back for a performance, Belle caught her breath. Before them stretched a sight that belonged to no earthly realm, a sprawling library, magnificent, ethereal, alive. It was not built of stone or mortar, nor wood nor iron, but woven from moonlight itself, entwined with roots of colossal, gnarled trees older than memory. The trunks coiled together to form great archways, their branches curving overhead like vaulted ceilings, threaded with stars caught in their leaves. The shelves, fashioned from twisting roots and tendrils, held books upon books, their spines glowing faintly within a luminescence as though lit by the stories they contained. Pages rustled softly, though no hand touched them, a chorus of whispers that seemed to breathe life into the grove. Cogsworth sat straighter than ever, his eyes widening until even his clockwork face seemed astonished. A tiny tremor ticked through his gears, audible only to those closest. "Remarkable," he intoned, his voice carrying both awe and the precision of measured time. "A library that breathes. Quite extraordinary. One wonders, yes, indeed, how they manage to maintain the integrity of such delicate bindings in such a fluctuating environment." His tone was one of feigned composure, but the slight stammer betrayed his marvel. Lumière, by contrast, sighed like a man hopelessly in love. His flames flickered higher, dancing in quiet joy. "I imagine the stories, mon cher, each one a flame of its own, waiting to be read, waiting to burn within the heart, a library not of dust and silence, but of life." His golden form shimmered, the fire at his tips bowing low as if in reverence to the vision before them. The train slowed, not halting completely, but easing its pace to an almost imperceptible crawl, as though reluctant to rush past such splendor. Belle felt an irresistible pull, like invisible hands urging her forward, her soul straining toward the luminous sanctuary. She rose without hesitation. The beast, understanding her without words, unfolded from his chair and followed, his movements quiet yet full of gravity. When they reached the door, it swung open in silence, revealing a path that shimmered in invitation, smooth river stones paved in shades of opal and moonstone, glowing faintly as though lit from beneath. Stepping down, Belle inhaled sharply. The air itself was thick with the perfume of knowledge, the faint, dry fragrance of old parchment, mingled with the sweet must of dust warmed by time. Beneath it lingered something gentler, a honeyed aroma, like parchment steeped in nectar, sweet and strangely comforting. The grove's roots rose and arched, forming natural corridors and alcoves, where shelves sprouted, alive yet ancient, tender yet unyielding. She walked slowly, reverently, her fingers trailing along the glowing spines. They were warm beneath her touch, pulsing faintly, as if each book carried a heartbeat of its own. Titles shimmered in flowing scripts that seemed to rearrange themselves, ensuring each reader would see only what they were meant to. Belle caught fleeting glimpses, the almanac of whispering petals, the gentle art of cloud weaving, lullabies for distant stars. Each name felt like a promise, a glimpse into forgotten corners of the imagination. Drawn by some unseen instinct, Belle lifted a volume from the shelf. Its cover was deep forest green, embroidered with delicate silver thread depicting a fox curled beneath a shaft of moonlight. The fabric was softer than silk, the silver threads shifting like liquid under her fingertips. As she opened it, the pages released a faint hum, a gentle vibration like distant chimes. There were no words, only luminous illustrations alive with quiet magic. She turned the pages slowly, each one revealing a new dreamscape. Gentle creatures tending glowing gardens of flowers that shimmered like captured dawn, waterfalls spilling into lakes of liquid moonlight, their cascades silent yet deafening in their beauty, constellations drifting lazily across a velvet sky, their stars drowsy as though they might yawn at any moment. The images did not sit still, they pulsed faintly, moving in subtle, dreamlike shifts, as though the book breathed alongside her. The beast lowered himself onto a root bench beside her, his immense form softened by the glow. He leaned in, his sharp features lit in silver light, and gazed at the illustrations with rare tenderness. His golden eyes reflected the fox, the gardens, the slow sweep of constellations, until it seemed he himself carried the universe in his gaze. Together they turned the pages, neither speaking, for the silence was fuller than any words could be. Time unraveled. Perhaps they sat there for minutes, perhaps for hours. The library seemed to suspend the flow of all things, folding moments into one long sigh of peace. When at last they rose, they did so reluctantly, the book sliding back onto its shelf, as if it had merely borrowed their hands to stretch its wings for a time. The train waited for them faithfully, its door open, its warm glow spilling like a welcome across the path. When they stepped back inside, the gentle hum greeted them like a friend. The air was perfumed with fresh sweetness. Mrs. Potts was pouring tiny cups of frothy milk, each crowned with a swirl of lavender honey that shimmered faintly in the lamplight. They floated gracefully to each passenger upon silver trays, no hands required. Chip lay nestled on a velvet cushion nearby, his little handle rising and falling as he dozed, his soft snores almost inaudible. Belle accepted her cup, the warmth curling into her palms, and leaned back against the beast once more. He cradled his drink in one paw, the steam fogging faintly against his fur, his expression unreadable but softened, quiet. The train resumed its journey, its wheels, or what stood in place of wheels, moving with unhurried grace. Outside, the night itself began to pale. The indigo sky softened into pearl grey, a dawn unlike any Belle had ever known. It was not the brightening of sun over horizon, but a gentle unfolding, light seeping not from above, but from everywhere at once, radiating from the air, the water, the trees. It was the dawn of dreams. They glided past a field where enormous dandelions towered, their seed heads glowing like lanterns. Thousands upon thousands of feathery seeds shimmered in golden white light. As the train passed, a breeze rose not from wind, but from its own quiet motion, sending the glowing seeds drifting upward. They rose into the brightening mist, forming new constellations in the sky, glowing against the pearly dawn like galaxies being born. Belle pressed her fingers to the window pane. "It's as if the world itself is breathing out wishes," she whispered. The beast said nothing, but his hand closed firmly over hers. His silence carried weight, a silent agreement, a vow of awe shared between them. The train began to climb, winding gently through hills draped in moss, so plush it resembled emerald velvet. The air grew sweeter here, filled with the mingled fragrance of damp earth and newborn blossoms. Golden light spilled across the land, painting everything in hues of nostalgia, as though each stone, each blade of grass, remembered an old story. They entered a tunnel then not carved by human hands, but woven by living vines and colossal blossoms. The flowers glowed from within, their petals translucent, their colors shifting like liquid jewels. The walls shimmered in emerald, sapphire, rose, and gold, a kaleidoscope of light and shadow. The train's hum deepened in resonance, its sound echoing in the hollow chamber like the heartbeat of the earth itself. When at last they emerged, they found themselves floating across a vast shimmering lake. The train glided not on tracks but across the surface itself, suspended just above the milky turquoise waters. The lake reflected the pastel skies above, a mirror fractured by drifting lily pads so large they could have borne small boats. Upon each pad blossomed a single radiant water lily, its petals pulsing with a steady light, breathing in rhythm with the world. Beneath the water swam schools of fish with fins like glass, their bodies tracing swirls of light as though sketching constellations beneath the surface. Their scales glittered like coins dropped into a fountain of stars. The air was cool and damp, fragrant with the purity of fresh water and the faint perfume of aquatic blooms. Cogsworth, normally so restrained, allowed himself the smallest smile, his gears clicking softly. "Remarkable hydrodynamic engineering," he murmured, almost sheepish in his admiration. Lumiere's flames flickered in amusement, dancing higher in a golden laugh. "Or perhaps, mon ami, it is simply magic." The beast, his gaze fixed on the gentle dance of light across the surface of the milky lake, let out a deep, contented sigh. His broad chest rose and fell in a rhythm that seemed to echo the soft lapping of the dream water below. Resting his head against the back of the velvet chair, he looked utterly at peace, his imposing form softened by the tender, ethereal light that streamed through the windows. In that glow, even his shadow seemed gentle, stretching long and languid across the polished floor. Belle studied him for a moment, her heart stirring at the quiet vulnerability he revealed in that instant. There was a serenity about him she had rarely seen, a gentleness beneath the surface strength, as if this journey had lifted some invisible weight from his shoulders. She too felt a profound calm settle over her. All the worries of the waking world, the unfinished chores, the whispers of doubt, the faint ache of responsibilities melted away like mist beneath the morning sun. Here, only the rhythm of the train and the hum of wonder remained, lulling her into a state of quiet belonging. The train of the whispering willows did not hurry, nor did it press towards a destination. It carried its passengers through landscapes that seemed more like dreams given form than earthly terrains, a journey not of arrival, but of being. Every moment, every view, every shimmer of light against glass felt like an invitation to breathe, to linger, to simply exist in beauty. Outside, the skies deepened into a palette of shifting colors. The sun of this dream world began its slow descent, draping the horizon in delicate ribbons of peach, cream, and faint rose. Clouds, weightless and translucent, caught the hues like brushed silk. The train glided on its return path, and the familiar landscapes reappeared, yet they were subtly altered, as though twilight had revealed their secret faces. The weeping willows bowed low again, their branches now gilded with dream dusk, each leaf tipped with soft rose-gold light. The sound they made was softer still, a hush like a lullaby sung by the world itself. Within the carriage time seemed to exhale. Mrs. Potts had drifted into a gentle slumber, her steam finally settled into stillness. Chip remained curled on his velvet cushion, his porcelain features calm in repose. Even Cogsworth's rigid posture had loosened. His hands lay folded, his precise clockwork movements stilled as though he, too, had surrendered to rest. Lumiere's flames, usually lively, flickered in the gentlest of rhythms, casting shadows like sleepy sprites along the curved walls. Belle smiled softly at the sight. Their companions, so often full of chatter, bustle, and lively quarrels, had been wrapped, like herself, in the enchantment of the journey. It was not silence of emptiness, but silence full of presence, like a held breath before a dream is spoken aloud. Gradually, the train slowed. The low hum diminished until it was almost imperceptible, the quiet so complete that even Belle's heartbeat felt like part of its rhythm. The door, carved from smooth silken wood and veined with faint silver light, opened without sound. The cool, lavender-scented air of the evening flowed inside, carrying with it the faint rustle of leaves and the perfume of twilight blossoms. Belle and the beast rose together, stepping out onto the dew-kissed ground. The earth felt springy beneath their feet, as though the soil itself had been refreshed by dreams. They breathed in deeply, the air alive with freshness and possibility. They felt renewed, lighter somehow, as if the train had polished their spirits until they gleamed softly within. Behind them the train of the whispering willows gleamed one last time. Its brass fittings glowed in the fading light, every window flickering with hints of starlight and memory. Then, with unhurried grace, it began to recede, not racing away, but dissolving gently, carriage by carriage, into the deepening indigo. Soon it was no more than a shimmer at the horizon, then a sigh of wind through the willows, and finally only the lingering scent of lavender and quiet magic remained. Belle slipped her hand into the beast's paw. Their steps were unburdened, almost weightless, as they followed the familiar path toward their cottage. Overhead, the moon had risen large and luminous, a perfect pearl suspended in the velvet sky. Its silver light lay tenderly over the landscape, turning every blade of grass and leaf into a thing of quiet wonder. The air was cool, still, and filled with the subtle promise of a night at peace. Inside the cottage, the lamps glowed warmly, their light a gentle golden counterpoint to the moon outside. Belle moved with ease, brewing a cup of fragrant herbal tea whose steam unfurled into the cozy air like a sigh. She carried it to the window, settling into her favorite chair. Beside her, the beast lowered himself comfortably, his great form radiating warmth. His low, steady rumble was as comforting as the heartbeat of a home. She gazed out at the night. The stars winked softly, as though heavy with sleep, their reflections scattered faintly in the quiet stream nearby. A profound tranquility filled her, seeping into her bones, into her very breath. The memory of the journey was still wrapped around her like a silken shawl, the luminous library, the glowing gardens of dreams, the shimmering lake, the gentle companionship. All of it rested within her as something more than memory, a promise, a whisper that the train of the whispering willows was not bound to a single night. Perhaps, when the time was right, it would return, its brass gleaming, its carriages waiting, its quiet hum calling her once more into realms of beauty and peace. Until then, she was content. Belle leaned her head against the beast's shoulder, her tea warm in her hands, her heart quiet. Sleep gathered softly around her, tender as a lullaby. The world was hushed, the stars shimmered faintly, and within the cottage all was still. And as her eyes grew heavy, she carried with her the certainty that somewhere, just beyond the veil of dreams, the train of the whispering willows waited patiently, ready to carry them again into wonder. Dracula, the midnight train to Whitby. The brass pocket watch in Jonathan Harker's waistcoat chimed 11:30 as he stood on the platform at Piccadilly Station, though this particular platform seemed to exist in a space between spaces, where gaslight flickered with an amber glow that never wavered, and the air held the perpetual scent of lavender and old leather. The station itself was a marvel of Victorian whimsy, wrought iron columns twisted into graceful spirals, their surfaces painted in soft sage, green and cream, while overhead a canopy of frosted glass panels filtered the moonlight into pools of gentle silver. Steam curled lazily from the great locomotive that waited at the platform's edge, its body painted in deep midnight blue with gold flourishes that caught the light like captured starfire. The engine bore the nameplate Serenitas in flowing script, and from its smokestack rose not the harsh black smoke of ordinary trains, but wisps of pearl-white vapor that smelled faintly of jasmine and rain-washed earth. "Rather magnificent, isn't it?" came a familiar voice from behind him. Jonathan turned to find Arthur Holmwood approaching, though Arthur looked remarkably different from their last encounter. Gone was the drawn, worried expression of their adventures past. Instead, his face held a peaceful contentment, and he wore a travelling coat of soft charcoal wool over a waistcoat embroidered with tiny silver moons. "Arthur," Jonathan exclaimed with genuine pleasure. "I must confess, I wasn't entirely certain this invitation was real." He withdrew from his pocket a curious card, its edges soft as velvet, bearing elegant script that read, "The midnight train to Whitby cordially invites you to an evening of gentle wandering through the dreamlands. Departure when the moon is highest. Arrival when the heart is ready." "Oh, it's quite real," Arthur assured him, his eyes twinkling. "Though perhaps not in the way we typically understand reality. I've been taking this journey for several months now. Most restorative, I find." As they spoke, other familiar figures began to emerge from the station's warm interior. Mina Harker appeared first, wrapped in a travelling cloak of deep forest green, her hair adorned with small pins that looked like tiny silver leaves. She moved with the same intelligent grace Jonathan remembered, but there was something new about her, a sense of deep peace, as if some burden had finally been set down. "My dear," she said, taking Jonathan's arm with a smile that reached her eyes completely, "how wonderful that you received the invitation too." Behind her came Dr. Van Helsing, though he seemed somehow younger, his beard more silver than white, his step lighter. He wore a coat of warm brown tweed and carried a leather satchel that clinked softly with glass vials, but these, Jonathan sensed, contained not medicines but perhaps bottled moonbeams or crystallized dewdrops. "Midgen Vrenden," Van Helsing called cheerfully. "The night she calls to us for adventure's most peaceful jar. I have brought tea special blend from the mountains where the aurora borealis sleeps during summer." Dr. Seward emerged next, looking more rested than Jonathan had ever seen him, his medical bag replaced with a small valise of butter-soft leather. His usual intensity had been replaced by a gentle curiosity, and he moved with the unhurried pace of someone who had finally learned to simply observe rather than always analyze. "Gentleman, Mina," he nodded warmly. "I must say, these monthly journeys have done wonders for my constitution. Last trip, I spent 3 hours simply watching the reflection of clouds in a lake we passed, most illuminating. Even Quincy Morris had somehow found his way to this ethereal station, his familiar Texan drawl carrying clearly across the platform as he emerged from behind a pillar painted with intricate patterns of twining roses. He tipped his hat a soft felt affair in warm grey and grinned with undiminished charm. "Well, I'll be hornswoggled," he said, though his usual energetic manner was tempered with a dreamlike quality. "Never thought I'd be taking the midnight express with all y'all again, but here we are, and looking mighty fine at that." Last to appear was Count Dracula, who stepped from the locomotive with a shadow's grace. He wore a deep plum velvet travelling coat instead of his usual cape. His pale face held weary gentleness, and his canines caught the light like pearl buttons. "My friends," he said, his voice like distant mountains, "welcome aboard the Serenitas. Tonight we journey not to conflict, but to simple observation of beauty." He gestured toward the train. and the whistle sounded a soft, melodious chime. The tender was loaded with bundles of lavender and rosemary. "All aboard," called the conductor, a kindly man named Morpheus. The group moved toward the passenger car, painted midnight blue with silver scrollwork. Arthur was the first to enter. "The interior is quite remarkable," he called back. It was a traveling drawing room from a wonderful dream. The walls were paneled in warm wood and decorated with paintings of peaceful landscapes, rolling hills under starlight and quiet forests. The seating consisted of comfortable armchairs and sofas upholstered in soft blues, sage greens, and warm creams. Persian rugs covered the floor, and brass reading lamps provided pools of amber light. At one end, a tea service on a mahogany sideboard held a gently steaming silver samovar. A bookshelf nearby held peaceful titles, Meditations on Moonlight and Conversations with Ancient Trees. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," Count Dracula said, entering. Jonathan noticed the Count had a normal shadow and a reflection. "The journey will take hours, but time moves differently aboard the Serenitas. We'll arrive when we need to." Mina and Jonathan settled into chairs. Van Helsing hummed at the tea service, and Dr. Seward pulled out a journal to record beautiful things he noticed. Arthur and Quincy took seats near the opposite window, and the Count took a chair for quiet observation. The train began to move with a smooth, gentle acceleration. The lights of London faded, replaced by moonlit countryside that seemed more verdant and peaceful than any Jonathan remembered. "Where are we going?" Jonathan asked. "To Whitby, of course," the Count replied, his smile holding a gentle sadness. "This is Whitby, in the realm of peaceful reflection, where the abbey ruins are reminders of continuity and the harbour holds the promise of calm." Van Helsing added, "It is a place where the sharp edges of our experiences have been worn smooth by understanding, to find peace with what has been." Mina nodded. "I've been having extraordinary dreams of libraries where every book is warm." "Dreams within dreams," Seward murmured. "I've been dreaming of gardens where every plant grows at the perfect pace." Through the windows, the moonlit landscape flowed by. Jonathan saw hills with glowing sheep and oak trees with deep shadows where other figures seemed to be traveling. "Is that a castle floating among the clouds?" Arthur asked, pointing. Jonathan looked and saw a small, pale stone castle drifting between layers of clouds. "Ah, Castle Ariel," the Count said with fond recognition. "The Duchess of Clouds holds court there, collecting dewdrops that fall upward to weave into scarves for the winter wind." Quincy chuckled. "You'll sure have some interesting neighbors." "All neighbors are interesting," the Count replied, "when you take time to see them. Each journey aboard the Serenitas reveals new wonders." The conversation fell into a comfortable silence. Jonathan drank the calming tea and felt a peaceful drowsiness. When he awoke, the landscape had changed. They were in a vast forest of enormous silver-bark trees with leaves of soft blue and lavender that generated their own light. "The whispering wood," Mina said. "The trees here remember every kind word." A soft, soothing sound reached them, a lullaby sung by the earth itself. "They're singing," Van Helsing said, "always about peace, about rest, about the beauty of simply being." Dr. Seward sketched one of the luminous trees. "It's impossible to capture the color of those leaves," he said. "They exist in a spectrum beyond ordinary perception." "Perhaps," the Count suggested, "some things are meant to be experienced rather than captured. The memory of beauty can be more vivid than any reproduction." Jonathan found this comforting. In his professional life he was always documenting, but here he felt permission to simply observe without needing to preserve or possess. Quincy chuckled. "You'll sure have some interesting neighbors." "All neighbors are interesting," the Count replied. "Each journey aboard the Serenitas reveals new wonders." The group fell into silence. Jonathan drank the calming tea and dozed. When he awoke, the train was in a vast forest of enormous luminous trees with silver bark and blue lavender leaves. "The whispering wood," Mina said. "The trees remember every kind word." A soft, soothing lullaby from the earth reached them. "They're singing," Van Helsing said, "always about peace and the beauty of being." Dr. Seward sketched a tree. "It's impossible to capture the color," he said. "They exist in a spectrum beyond perception. Some things are meant to be experienced, not captured," the Count suggested. "The memory of beauty can be more vivid than any reproduction." Jonathan found this comforting. In his professional life he always documented, but here he felt permission to simply observe. "Look there," Mina pointed across the river to a dock. A boat with aurora borealis sails was moored there, and a figure in color-shifting robes stood in it. "The ferryman of pleasant dreams," the Count explained. "He carries sleepers across the rapids to transform nightmares into gentle adventures." Van Helsing, peering through a telescope, saw the constellations rearranged to spell out words of comfort. The stars formed shapes suggesting peace and rest: a sleeping bear, a swan with protective wings. Dr. Seward continued sketching, realizing that the act of trying to record these wonders is less important than allowing them to change me. "Wise words," Quincy agreed. "Sometimes a man just needs to let beauty wash over him like a warm spring rain." They stood in comfortable silence, watching the starlight rapids. Other peaceful vessels appeared, and once a family of moon bears came to the water's edge, splashing liquid starlight in crystalline arcs. "We should return to our seats," Morpheus said, appearing at the top of the stairs. "We're approaching the gentle hills, and the view will be spectacular." Back in their car, Jonathan felt a deep contentment. The tea service was refreshed, and small cakes glowed faintly as if baked with captured sunbeams. "I feel like I should be more surprised," Jonathan mused, "by the impossible geography and the magical creatures, yet it feels natural." "That is the gift of the Serenitas," the Count replied. "Here, wonder is expected. The heart remembers that magic was always the natural state of things, and that what we called reality was perhaps the true dream." Through the windows they saw rolling hills covered in luminous grass, and groves of trees with trunks of pale gold and leaves of silver. "Those are harmony trees," Mina said. "Each leaf plays a perfect note when touched by the wind." As a gentle breeze stirred the trees, a faint sound of celestial music reached them clear as silver bells ringing across still water. Arthur, curled up on a sofa, felt a peaceful drowsiness. "I could travel like this forever," he murmured. "No urgent business, just peaceful observation." "Arthur, that is perhaps the greatest luxury," Van Helsing agreed, "to have time for wonder and contemplation." Dr. Seward, with an expression of deep contentment, closed his journal. "In my waking life I was always analyzing. Here, simply experiencing is enough." The Count nodded. "I spent centuries trying to impose my will on the world. The Serenitas taught me the pleasure of finding my place within its natural rhythms." Quincy pulled out a small harmonica. The notes he played harmonized with the harmony trees outside, capturing the essence of starlight and moonbeams. As the music filled the car, Jonathan reflected on their journey. He and his friends, who had once fought the Count, were now traveling together in perfect harmony. All conflict and fear had dissolved into peaceful coexistence. "Count," Jonathan asked, "what changed? How did we become fellow passengers rather than adversaries?" The Count was quiet, his pale fingers tracing his teacup's rim. "Time," he said, "and the realization that my hunger was loneliness. My strength was fear of vulnerability. The Serenitas first appeared when my castle felt like a prison." He paused, watching the hills. "That first journey I expected conflict. Instead, I found acceptance. Not approval of my past, but acceptance of my capacity to change." Mina briefly touched his hand. "We all needed that acceptance," she said. "We all needed to discover we could be more than our fears." "Indeed," Van Helsing added, "it's the lesson the Serenitas teaches. Peace is found through understanding ourselves, not victory over others." The conversation fell silent, filled with the train's gentle rhythm and Quincy's harmonica melody. Jonathan's attention drifted between his companions' peaceful faces and the magical landscape outside. They were passing through a valley filled with flowers that glowed like captured moonlight. The enormous blooms swayed gently, creating waves of silver light across the valley floor. "Lunar lilies," Arthur said drowsily. "They only bloom on nights when the moon is generous." "How do you know that?" Jonathan asked. Arthur smiled without opening his eyes. "I dreamed it. The distinction seems less important here." Jonathan found that the normal categories of thought, like dream and waking, were blending into something more fluid and restful. "Next stop, the Sleepy Meadows," Morpheus called softly. "We'll have a brief pause for anyone who wishes to stretch their legs and gather moonflowers." Jonathan looked out and saw a station built of crystallized dewdrops. The platform glowed with pearl-like luminescence, and beyond it stretched meadows of flowers that seemed to be made of solidified dreams. The train slowed smoothly to a stop. Through the windows, Jonathan saw other passengers disembarking, their clothes shifting between historical periods. All moved with a peaceful, unhurried pace. "Shall we?" Mina asked. They stepped onto the crystalline platform, feeling the warm, gentle air of the Sleepy Meadows. The air carried scents of jasmine, lavender, and peaceful sleep. The meadows stretched endlessly, filled with flowers of every hue, all softened as if seen through silk. Some grew in spirals, others in perfect circles around pools that reflected shifting colors. The moonflowers, Van Helsing said, pointing to a patch of white blooms with silver centers, they preserve memories. Pick one, and you will never forget the peace of this night. They wandered separately. Jonathan was drawn to a grove of trees with moon phase flowers that made a sound like whispered conversations of contented sleepers. Mina found a patch of flowers made of crystallized laughter, which tinkled softly, making her smile without knowing why. Arthur sat by a pool, trailing his fingers in water that felt like liquid silk. Dr. Seward sat in a circle of mathematically precise flowers, noting the relationship between beauty and harmony. Quincy had found flowers of captured sunset colors and was playing his harmonica, making them shift hues. The Count stood apart in a grove of deep purple flowers veined with silver light. He carefully selected a single bloom, holding it with an expression of profound peace. Van Helsing was collecting flowers for tea that would bring peaceful dreams. After a timeless period, Morpheus chimed a silver bell. "All aboard for Whitby," he called. "Next stop, the harbor of gentle tides." Back on the train, everyone settled into their seats with contentment. The gathered moonflowers glowed softly and filled the air with their gentle fragrance. The train moved on through increasingly dreamlike landscapes. They passed an upside-down forest with roots reaching for the stars and crossed bridges of moonbeams over rivers of liquid music. "I keep thinking I should be documenting all this," Jonathan said, "but it feels more important to simply experience it." "The best memories are written on the heart," Mina agreed. Dr. Seward looked up from his journal. "I've filled nearly 30 pages, but it all seems inadequate. How do you describe the color of contentment?" "Perhaps," the Count suggested, "the inadequacy of words is part of the experience. Some truths can only be lived." The landscape outside changed again, giving way to gentle hills covered in luminous grass and dotted with small, warmly lit cottages. "We're approaching the outskirts of Whitby," Morpheus announced. "The Dreamlands version, of course. You'll find it much as you remember, but with all the sharp edges softened by understanding and time." Through the windows, Jonathan saw familiar sights transformed. The moors, once threatening, were now peaceful, covered in glowing purple heather. The abbey ruins were graceful, balanced between decay and preservation. "It's beautiful," Mina whispered, "like a memory of Whitby touched by forgiveness." The harbor took Jonathan's breath away. The calm water perfectly reflected the moon. Ships floated at anchor, their sails woven from captured starlight and moonbeams. The train pulled into a station of glowing sandstone with soft gold and silver gas lamps. Flower boxes released their fragrance into the air. "End of the line," Morpheus announced. "We hope you've found what you were seeking." As they prepared to disembark, Jonathan realized he had found what he was seeking: peace with the past, an understanding that conflicts can become friendships and the deep, restful knowledge that beauty and wonder are the natural state of things waiting to be appreciated. They stepped onto the platform together, the Count included, and for the first time since Jonathan had known him, the ancient figure seemed not mysterious or threatening, but simply another traveler who had found his way to peace. The air was soft and warm, carrying the scent of the sea mixed with lavender and roses. Above them, the stars seemed closer than usual, as if the sky itself wanted to offer comfort to anyone who looked up. "Well," Arthur said, stretching and looking around at the peaceful station. "What now?" "Now," Van Helsing said with satisfaction, "we find ourselves a nice inn where they serve tea that tastes of starlight, and beds that are made of captured clouds, and we sleep the sleep of those who have nothing left to fear. There's the Crescent Moon Inn." Mina pointed toward a building just visible beyond the station. Its windows glowed with warm, golden light, and its sign showed a crescent moon cradling a sleeping star. As they made their way across the platform, Jonathan felt a profound sense of completion, as if some circle that had been left open for years was finally closing. The adventures of their youth, the conflict and fear, the desperate struggles against forces they barely understood, seemed now like stories from someone else's life, or perhaps like dreams from which he was finally waking into something more real and peaceful. The Count walked slightly apart from the group, but not isolated from it, and when Arthur, in a gesture of spontaneous warmth, turned to include him in their conversation about where to find the best tea at this hour, he smiled with genuine pleasure. "In my experience," the Count said, his voice warm, "the finest tea is served to travelers with hearts open to wonder. I believe we qualify." They walked through streets that were undeniably Whitby, but transformed. The stones cushioned their steps, and every window glowed with contentment. Shop signs swayed in a breeze carrying distant music, and cats sat on window sills with the deep peace of creatures who had never known fear. At the Crescent Moon Inn, they were greeted by a landlady whose face was familiar. She wore an apron embroidered with silver stars, and her smile held the warmth of hearth fires. "Welcome," she said, her voice like warm honey. "We've been expecting you. Your rooms are ready, and there's tea and fresh-baked moon bread waiting." The common room was everything Jonathan could have hoped for: low-beamed ceiling, a fireplace where flames danced in colors that had no names, comfortable chairs that seemed to mold themselves to each occupant, and windows that looked out onto the harbor, where the moon's reflection turned the water into a sheet of liquid silver. They settled around a large table near the fire, and the landlady brought tea that steamed with fragrant vapor and bread that seemed to glow faintly from within. The tea tasted of peace itself, chamomile and honey, and something that might have been the essence of peaceful sleep. To the Serenitas, Arthur raised his teacup in a toast, and to journeys that transform rather than simply transport. To the Serenitas, they all agreed, including the Count, whose pale features were soft in the firelight. As they sat around the table, sharing the strange, wonderful bread and sipping tea that seemed to contain liquid contentment, Jonathan felt the last tensions of his ordinary life dissolving completely. Here, in this impossible version of Whitby, surrounded by friends and former enemies who had all become fellow travelers, he experienced a peace so complete it seemed to permeate his very bones. Outside the windows, the harbor continued to sparkle under the moon's gentle gaze. Ships with sails of captured starlight moved slowly across the water, their passage so smooth they seemed to float rather than sail. Occasionally, a whale made of living moonlight would surface in the distance, its breach sending cascades of silver droplets into the air that fell like gentle rain back to the sea. "I've been wondering," Dr. Seward said quietly, setting down his teacup, "about the nature of transformation, how we all came to be here, changed from what we were." Van Helsing nodded thoughtfully, his eyes reflecting the firelight. "Is interesting question, Ja? I think perhaps we were always capable of this peace, this friendship, but we needed first to exhaust all other possibilities. Like children who must tire themselves out with running before they can appreciate the pleasure of sitting still," Mina added with a gentle smile. The Count considered this, turning his teacup slowly in his hands. "For centuries, I existed in a state of perpetual hunger for blood, for power, for the conquest of death itself. But hunger, I have learned, is often misdirected longing. What I truly sought was connection, belonging, the simple pleasure of sitting with others and sharing warmth." Quincy had been gazing into the fire, watching the flames dance in their impossible colors. "Back home in Texas," he said slowly, "we have a saying, even the wildest Mustang can learn to appreciate the comfort of the barn, given enough time and gentle handling. The Serenitas provides both time and gentle handling," Arthur observed. "I've been riding it for what feels like months now, though I suspect time works differently here. Each journey has shown me something new about peace, about the possibility of existence without struggle." The landlady appeared with more tea and what she called dream cakes, small pastries that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light, and tasted of honey and starlight, and the essence of contented sighs. "Tell me," Jonathan said to the Count, surprising himself with the directness of the question, "do you miss it, your former existence?" The Count was quiet for so long that Jonathan began to think he wouldn't answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was thoughtful rather than defensive. "I miss the certainty," he said eventually. "The simplicity of believing I knew what I wanted and how to get it. But I do not miss the emptiness that drove me to such certainty, the hunger that could never be satisfied, the loneliness that grew deeper with every attempt to fill it through dominion over others." He gestured toward the window, where the peaceful harbor continued to sparkle. "This is better, this uncertainty, this gentle wandering without clear destination, this companionship freely given rather than taken by force." Dr. Seward had been making notes in his journal again, but now he looked up with interest. "I've been documenting my own transformation," he said, "from someone obsessed with understanding and controlling madness to someone learning to appreciate the gentle irrationality of dreams and wonder. We are all, Van Helsing said with satisfaction, becoming who we were always meant to be, before fear and pain and the harsh necessities of the world taught us to be smaller, harder, more defended. The fire crackled softly in the grate, its impossible flames casting warm, shifting patterns on the walls. Outside, a church bell began to chime the hour, though whether it was midnight or 3 in the morning, or some time that existed only in dreams, Jonathan couldn't say, and found he didn't care. I keep expecting, Mina said softly, to wake up, to find myself back in London, with this all revealed as an elaborate dream. But what if, Arthur suggested drowsily, this is waking up and what we called reality was the dream? Either way, the Count said, and his voice held a contentment Jonathan had never heard in it before. I am grateful for these moments of peace, for this companionship, for the discovery that transformation is always possible. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, each lost in their own peaceful contemplations. The tea continued to steam in their cups, maintaining its perfect temperature, and the dream cakes seemed to replenish themselves whenever someone reached for another. Eventually, one by one, they began to feel the gentle call of sleep. Arthur was the first to excuse himself, accepting a brass key from the landlady and making his way up a staircase whose banister was carved with images of sleeping flowers and resting animals. Dr. Seward followed soon after, his journal tucked under his arm and an expression of deep peace on his face. "Thank you all," he said simply, "for the gift of this evening." Van Helsing gathered his collection of moonflowers, now arranged in a small bouquet that seemed to pulse gently with captured starlight. "Is the best medicine," he declared, "this peace, this friendship, this wonder. I shall sleep well tonight and dream of harmony trees and lunar lilies." Quincy stretched and yawned, his harmonica tucked safely in his pocket. "Well, folks, I reckon this old cowboy needs his beauty sleep. Thank y'all for the finest evening I've had in more years than I care to count." That left Jonathan, Mina, and the Count sitting around the dying fire. The silence between them was not awkward but deeply peaceful, the silence of old friends who need not fill every moment with words. "Count," Mina said eventually, her voice soft as the firelight, "I want you to know that I forgive you, completely and without reservation, what happened between us. It led to this understanding, this peace. Perhaps it needed to happen exactly as it did." The Count's eyes filled with something that might have been tears, though they caught the firelight like liquid diamonds. "Your forgiveness is a gift I never thought to receive and do not deserve." "None of us deserve peace," Jonathan said quietly. "We simply receive it when we finally stop fighting long enough to notice it has been waiting for us all along." The Count nodded slowly. "The Serenitas taught me that redemption is not something we earn through suffering, but something we allow ourselves to receive through acceptance of ourselves, of others, of the possibility that we can always begin again." Eventually, they too made their way to their rooms, accepting brass keys that were warm to the touch, and climbing the staircase lined with paintings of peaceful landscapes and sleeping creatures. Jonathan's room was everything he could have wished for: a comfortable bed with coverlets that seemed to be woven from captured twilight, a window that looked out over the peaceful harbor, and a small fireplace where flames danced in shades of gold and silver. On the bedside table sat a single moonflower in a vase of crystallized morning dew, its glow providing just enough light to see but not enough to prevent sleep. As he prepared for rest, removing his traveling clothes and donning a nightshirt that had somehow appeared on the bed, Jonathan reflected on the extraordinary nature of the evening. He had journeyed on a train that existed between dreams and waking, through landscapes that defied all logic, in the company of friends and a former enemy who had somehow become something approaching a friend. The bed was incredibly comfortable, its mattress seeming to cradle him with the gentle firmness of being held by someone who cared deeply for his well-being. The coverlets were exactly the right weight and temperature, and the pillow supported his head with perfect softness. Through his window he could see the harbor sparkling under the moon, and occasionally a ship would pass, its sails billowing with winds that carried the essence of peaceful dreams. The sound of gentle waves reached him through the glass, not the harsh crash of storm-driven surf, but the soft whisper of water that had forgotten how to be anything but calm. As sleep began to claim him, Jonathan found himself thinking about the Count's words regarding transformation and redemption. Perhaps, he thought drowsily, the most profound journeys were not those that took you to new places, but those that allowed you to see familiar places and familiar people, including yourself, with new eyes. The moonflower on his bedside table pulsed gently with its captured light, and in that rhythm Jonathan heard an echo of the train's wheels on the tracks, carrying them all toward peace, toward understanding, toward the kind of rest that refreshes not just the body, but the soul itself. In the rooms around him, he knew his companions were settling into similar peace. Mina, perhaps dreaming of libraries where every book offered exactly the wisdom she needed. Arthur, possibly wandering through dream gardens where every flower bloomed in perfect timing. Dr. Seward, maybe finding himself in a place where observation and wonder were more valuable than analysis and control. Van Helsing would be dreaming, no doubt, of mountain meadows where he gathered healing herbs that could cure not just illness but loneliness, fear, and the accumulated weariness of too many battles fought. Quincy might be dreaming of wide plains under star-filled skies, where the wind carried not the dust of conflict, but the scent of wildflowers and the promise of peaceful dawns. And the Count, Jonathan found himself hoping that the Count would dream of companionship freely given, of acceptance without conditions, of the discovery that centuries of loneliness could be healed in a single evening of genuine friendship. As sleep finally claimed him completely, Jonathan's last conscious thought was of gratitude for the invitation to journey on the Serenitas, for the transformation of enemies into friends, for the discovery that peace was not something to be achieved through struggle, but something to be received through the simple act of opening one's heart to wonder. The moonflower's gentle glow continued through the night, pulsing in rhythm with the peaceful breathing of the sleeping travelers, keeping watch over their dreams and ensuring that rest, when it came, would be complete and restorative. In the harbour below, the gentle tides continued their eternal rhythm, carrying away all the sharp fragments of old conflicts and bringing in, with each soft wave, a little more peace, a little more understanding, a little more of the deep, abiding calm that makes all healing possible. The moon smiled down on Whitby of dreams, where former enemies shared tea and moonflowers, where trains carried passengers not to destinations but to transformation, and where the only scheduled departure was from old hurts into new understanding. And in the morning, though morning would come only when each sleeper was ready for it to come, they would wake refreshed and peaceful, carrying within their hearts the memory of a journey that proved redemption was always possible. Friendship could bloom in the most unexpected soil, and that sometimes the most profound adventures were the ones that led not to conquest but to rest. The Serenitas waited at the platform, its midnight blue paint gleaming softly in the starlight, ready to carry new passengers on their own journeys toward peace, toward wonder, toward the kind of sleep that heals everything it touches. The great white train. The world outside was a tapestry of muted twilight, woven with threads of lavender and softest grey, each shade melting into the next, as if painted by the slow, deliberate brush of the evening itself. A hush had fallen, the kind that lingers in the moments just before sleep, claims the day entirely, or perhaps just before a very special journey begins. The air carried a subtle perfume of night-blooming jasmine and rain-soaked earth, and every leaf and blade of grass seemed to pause in reverent silence, waiting, and indeed a journey was about to commence, not on a bustling, clattering platform, but in a quiet, forgotten corner of a dream, where the atmosphere vibrated with a gentle, anticipatory energy, as though the very air itself knew it was on the brink of magic. Our story, or rather our whispered drift into slumber, begins with the great white train. It was no ordinary locomotive of iron and steam. It was a confection of polished ivory and mother of pearl, its smooth surface glowing with a soft inner light that seemed borrowed from the crescent moon already hanging low in the sky. Its wheels, though perfectly formed, made no harsh metallic sounds, but instead whispered against the rails with the softest shush, 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 like silk brushing over velvet, a lullaby for those who listened closely. The engine itself was a magnificent creature, sculpted in gentle curves and endowed with an almost sentient grace, exhaling plumes of pearlescent smoke that spiraled upward and dissolved into constellations of tiny, glittering motes. Its headlamp, a warm, golden orb, cast not a harsh glare but an inviting glow, painting the surrounding mist with hues of honey and cream, outlining a path that seemed to stretch into an endlessly unfolding dreamscape of rolling lavender fields, glimmering lakes, and forests of crystalline trees that chimed softly in the breeze. Beside this wondrous creation stood a figure of unmistakable presence, softened by the dreamlike air, Captain Ahab. Yet this was not the grim, relentless hunter known from stories. This Ahab was serene, his waistcoat the color of seafoam green, intricately embroidered with silver sea anemones that shimmered faintly as they caught the light. His gaze, keen yet softened, seemed to survey not with conquest in mind, but with the quiet appreciation of one who has finally glimpsed the heart of the world. Even his peg leg, transformed from bone or wood into polished coral, caught the faint moonlight with a subtle pinkish gleam, echoing the gentle beauty of the surroundings. He exhaled slowly, a small, knowing smile curling his lips, as if in perfect harmony with the train, the night, and the mysterious voyage that awaited. Nearby, inspecting a particularly ornate carriage window, was Starbuck, freed, for this moment, from the relentless weight of responsibility. His brow was smooth, and his movements carried the unhurried grace of someone entirely at peace. He wore a tunic the soft, shifting hue of twilight skies, and his hands, so often occupied with the practicalities of the Pequod, now moved lightly over the delicate carvings that adorned the train's facade, swirling patterns of seaweed, tiny, smiling fish, and miniature seashells that seemed to glimmer faintly in the lantern light. He tilted his head, listening not for commands, but for the subtle, almost musical hum of the dream itself, as if it whispered secrets only the patient could hear. A short distance away, Queequeg exuded his usual comforting presence, sitting cross-legged on a plush, moss-covered stool near the tender car. He polished a small, intricate scrimshaw whale, each stroke revealing faint glimmers of inner light, as though the tiny figure contained its own miniature moon. His tattoos, usually stark and commanding, now flowed like gentle currents in a silvered, moonlit sea, shifting subtly as if alive. A soft, tuneless hum passed from his lips, a sound as ancient and steady as the turning tide, blending with the soft sigh of the wind against the train. Beside him, Tashtego and Dagu, faces alight with curiosity, marveled at a line of bioluminescent flowers that had spontaneously bloomed along the rails, their petals unfurling slowly in silent, hypnotic dances. Pale blues shimmered into soft greens, which in turn glowed with faint lavender, each bloom seeming to pulse in sync with the train's heartbeat. From the velvety shadows, passengers began to drift forward, carried by a gentle, unseen current. They moved with an effortless grace, as though the dream itself cradled them. Some held tiny lanterns that pulsed in soft, rhythmic light. Others clutched books bound in starlight, their pages whispering of unread adventures. Artists carried easels spun from moonlight, musicians cradled harps woven of silken spider threads, and poets poised quills dipped in silent starlight, all preparing to step into a journey where imagination itself was the track beneath their feet. The air vibrated with a serene, expectant magic, a gentle promise that anything at all might unfold before the night was done. Ahab, with a subtle nod to Starbuck, finally gave the signal. There was no harsh whistle, no clang of a bell. Instead, a series of crystalline chimes, delicate as wind-borne glass, rippled through the air, their tones lingering and overlapping like the echoes of remembered lullabies. The great white train began to move, so imperceptibly at first that one could almost doubt its motion, wondering instead if the dream itself were simply beginning to unfurl around it, folding and stretching like a living fabric. Inside the carriages, tranquility reigned in tangible form. The seats were upholstered in cloud down so soft it seemed to yield to thought itself, cradling each passenger in a gentle embrace. The windows, though clear, were tinged with the soft pearlescent hues of dawn, hinting at morning even as the outside world lingered in twilight. Tiny glowing orbs, like suspended fragments of starlight or captured fireflies, drifted lazily through the air, casting a warm, ambient glow that softened every edge and banished shadow entirely. The scent of night-blooming jasmine and fresh rain lingered, mingling with the faint, metallic sweetness of ozone, like the memory of a distant storm. The train glided past a valley of whispering reeds, each one a slender flute, bending in the breeze and releasing breathy, musical murmurs. The ground beneath was a carpet of luminous moss, pulsing faintly like a living heart, a sleeping forest breathing in slow, rhythmic pulses. Above, enormous moths, wings the color of faded velvet, drifted past the windows, their intricate patterns hypnotic, glimmering faintly in the soft light. By one window sat a young woman, hair like spun moonlight cascading over her shoulders. A tiny, intricately carved wooden bird perched lightly on her collarbone. Though still, the bird seemed alive, humming a melody inaudible to mortal ears, its glassy eyes reflecting the shifting landscape with quiet intelligence. With delicate fingers, she traced patterns on the misted window pane, shapes that wove themselves into fleeting constellations, miniature galaxies that formed and dissolved with every breath, a private cosmos unfolding beneath her touch. Even the faint vibration of the train seemed to sync with the pulse of her imagination, carrying her, and all aboard, deeper into the uncharted realms of dream. In another compartment, an elderly gentleman sat ensconced in a plush chair, his long white beard flowing like a river of clouds that seemed to ripple with each movement of his head. He was reading from a book whose pages were spun from translucent gossamer wings, delicate as dragonfly appendages, yet imbued with a quiet resilience. The words upon them hovered, rearranging themselves with each gentle turn of the page, forming stories that shimmered and transformed as though the narrative itself were alive. Occasionally, he chuckled, a soft, warm sound that diffused into the gentle hum of the train, mingling with the faint scent of parchment and honeyed candle smoke that seemed to linger in the air. Starbuck, now wandering through the carriages, paused to admire a cluster of passengers delicately assembling structures from cubes of solidified starlight. The tiny edifices glimmered with internal rainbows, morphing and reforming endlessly, never quite settling, as though refusing the rigidity of reality. He lingered, struck by the meditative rhythm of creation, before catching Ahab's eye across the aisle. Ahab offered a serene, almost imperceptible smile, a silent acknowledgement of the quiet enchantment enveloping the train. The great white train soon glided onto a vast open plain, the ground beneath a shimmering expanse of liquid silver reflecting the inky indigo sky overhead. Stars hung so low and thick that one felt they could be plucked like luminous berries, each one radiating a soft, inviting warmth. Scattered across the plain floated islands of solidified dreams, soft pastel-hued forms drifting gently, exuding the faint, sweet scent of forgotten lullabies and half-remembered songs. Queequeg, having polished his scrimshaw, now sketched in a small leather-bound journal. His charcoal lines, deceptively simple, captured the drifting dream islands with uncanny fidelity, each stroke infused with quiet reverence for the surreal, otherworldly beauty surrounding him. Tashtego and Daggu wandered nearby, listening intently to the delicate, melodious chimes that seemed to rise from the silver plain itself, debating whether the ethereal sounds were the secret voices of the sleeping dream islands, whispering stories older than time. The gentle sway of the train, the soft pulse of its lights, and the symphony of distant, unseen melodies wove together, carrying every soul aboard deeper into a realm where reality bent to the imagination, and each heartbeat echoed the rhythm of dreams. The great white train continued its slow, graceful journey, its gentle shush, shush, shush the only constant in this ever-shifting dreamscape. Outside, the scenery unfolded into a forest of crystalline trees, their branches heavy with blossoms of pure, luminous light that seemed to hum faintly with the memory of sunlight. Each leaf, a thin, delicate sheet of iridescent glass, caught the train's glow and chimed softly as it swayed, creating a symphony of tiny tinkles and whispered harmonies. The ground beneath was a plush carpet of luminous moss, glowing with a soft cerulean hue, and each step of a passing breeze sent ripples across it, like water disturbed by a gentle hand. Among the crystal trunks, small, nimble creatures flitted silently, miniature deer woven from spun moonbeams. Their hooves left no trace on the glowing moss, and their amber eyes shone with quiet intelligence, reflecting the shifting lights of the trees as they paused to gaze at the passing train, tilting their heads in innocent curiosity. Occasionally they would bound between branches of light, leaving brief, sparkling trails that faded like a sigh. Ahab had retired to a quiet observation car, settling into a seat by a wide window. He watched the crystalline forest drift past, noticing a faint shimmer in the air, a visible silence that seemed to pulse in time with the subtle heartbeat of the train. A profound calm filled him, a quiet joy entirely unlike the turbulent obsessions that once defined him. He felt no need to chase or conquer. Here, he was simply being, existing fully within the gentle rhythm of the dream. Starbuck, entering the observation car, sank into a plush armchair nearby. "Captain," he murmured, his voice soft as the chiming leaves outside, "the journey is surprisingly serene." Ahab allowed himself a small, contented smile, eyes still fixed on the shifting light of the crystal trees. Serenity, Starbuck, is often found not in the absence of a journey, but in the manner of its taking. We are not rushing nor striving, We are simply moving. And to where do we move, Captain? Starbuck asked, the faintest glimmer of practicality in his tone softened by wonder. To wherever the dream carries us, Starbuck, Ahab replied, his voice warm, laced with gentle amusement. And perhaps to a deeper understanding of the quiet corners of our own minds, places we seldom allow ourselves to explore, even while awake. The train glided into a cavern of colossal, gently undulating silk. The walls, ceiling, and floor were woven from threads so fine and soft they seemed almost liquid, shimmering constantly with the colors of a perpetually shifting aurora borealis, blush pinks bleeding into pale sky blues, deepening into rich velvety purples that seemed to hum with a quiet inner rhythm. The air was warm, carrying the subtle fragrance of lavender mingled with the comforting, earthy scent of old parchment, evoking memories of forgotten libraries and sunlit afternoons. Tiny motes of light, like captured fireflies, drifted lazily in the air, reflecting off the silk in soft, dancing patterns, creating the impression of being suspended in a living, breathing tapestry. Suspended throughout the cavern were colossal, slow-moving jellyfish, their bells the size of hot air balloons, their translucent bodies pulsing with soft internal luminescence. Tentacles trailed like iridescent ribbons, curling and twisting with a languid grace, brushing against the silk and setting gentle ripples through the threads. Their light cast intricate, ever-changing shadows on the cavern walls, painting the space in a slow, hypnotic dance. The jellyfish drifted in serene, unhurried arcs, creating faint, warm currents that carried a subtle hum, a resonance that seemed to vibrate with the very essence of the dream. Queequeg, Tashtego, and Dagu were spellbound. Queequeg had abandoned his sketches, simply watching the undulating lights, his face radiating quiet awe. Tashtego pointed out one immense jellyfish whose bell seemed to contain a miniature, swirling galaxy of stars, while Dagu leaned back against the plush seat, exhaling softly, completely absorbed in the rhythmic pulse of light. A young child, eyes like polished chestnuts, held aloft a tiny glass sphere. Inside it floated a miniature jellyfish, perfectly mirroring the giants outside, its faint glow pulsing in synchrony with the cavern's creatures. The child giggled softly, a sound like chimes in a gentle breeze, and offered the sphere to the elderly gentleman with the flowing beard. He accepted it with a knowing smile, the corners of his eyes crinkling, as if silently acknowledging that the magic of this dream, fragile and luminous, was something to be both held and released, fleeting yet eternal. The train glided forward, and the silken walls seemed to part as if yielding to curiosity, revealing glimpses of forgotten libraries hidden within the folds of the dream. Vast, circular chambers spiraled upward into impossible heights, shelves stacked with books of every conceivable shape, size, and color. Some were as tiny as a teacup, others as tall as a tree, their spines glowing softly with a warm, inviting light that bathed the surrounding air in a gentle luminescence. The scent of old parchment and waxed leather hung lightly, mingling with a subtle undertone of ink and starlight. There were no librarians, no rustling of pages, only the quiet, collective hum of countless stories waiting patiently to be discovered, like the slow, steady heartbeat of some ancient, benevolent consciousness. Ahab's finger traced the spines of a particularly ancient tome, its cover burnished gold and etched with symbols that seemed to shimmer when observed from the corner of the eye. "There, Starbuck," he murmured, his voice low and reverent, "lies a narrative woven from the very fabric of time. One could wander within its pages for eternity, and still uncover wonders anew." Starbuck inclined his head slowly, absorbing the gravity of the scene. "It seems, Captain," he said softly, "that even the silence here speaks volumes." As the train emerged from the silken cavern, the landscape shifted once more. They now traversed a field of colossal, slumbering flowers, each petal soft and velvety, unfurling in layers of cream, peach, and pale rose. The blossoms rose like gentle hills, their centers exuding a faint, sweet aroma, a delicate perfume of honey and moon-dusted pollen that drifted on the warm, whispering air. Tiny, iridescent insects hovered lazily around the giant stamens, their stained glass wings catching glimmers of light and scattering it like scattered prisms. Their soft, almost imperceptible hum blended seamlessly with the train's steady shush shush shush, creating a symphony of sound and scent that carried the passengers deeper into the serene, otherworldly rhythm of the dream. One passenger, an artist with hands streaked and stained with vibrant, dreamlike pigments, leaned over a sleeping flower, meticulously capturing its subtle beauty. Her brush strokes were deliberate, each one a careful caress that traced the gentle curvature of the petals, blending cream, peach, and pale rose into gradients so soft they seemed to hum with life. She worked without haste, entirely absorbed in the quiet majesty of the blossoms, as if painting them might somehow still the passage of time itself. Every movement of her brush seemed to echo in the still air, harmonizing with the faint shush 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 of the train. Queequeg, leaning from a window, extended a hand toward the golden light of dawn. A small luminous butterfly, wings tinted like the final blush of sunset, settled delicately on his finger. It lingered for a heartbeat, its tiny antennae quivering as if tasting the air, before lifting gracefully and drifting into the vast expanse of slumbering flowers. A quiet smile curved Queequeg's lips, a reflection of the simple, profound wonder that filled the dream. The sun, long set in the waking world, now crept slowly over the horizon, spilling gentle hues of rose, soft gold, and faint lavender across the dreamscape. Its glow was tender, deepening the colors of the flowers and moss without harshness, as though the light itself had learned to tread softly. The train began a slow, winding ascent along tracks that shimmered in the new radiance, guiding the passengers upward to a plateau of astonishing serenity. Here, an intricate network of glowing pools stretched before them, their waters milky and translucent, cradling schools of luminous silver fish. The fish swirled in synchronized patterns, sending ripples of shifting light across the surface. Soft, downy moss lined the banks, glowing pale blue, while gentle, unseen currents stirred the pools, making the illumination dance like liquid starlight. The air was cool and fragrant with a hint of fresh rain, tinged faintly with the briny essence of a distant sea, carrying with it a subtle vibration that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the plateau itself. Passengers gazed quietly, mesmerized, each finding in the tranquil spectacle a reflection of their own unspoken wonder, as if the dream had unfolded entirely for them alone. Ahab stood on the observation platform at the rear of the train, the gentle shush 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 of the wheels beneath him a steady, comforting rhythm. Before him stretched the glowing pools, their milky waters shimmering in soft, ethereal light, and he felt a profound sense of recognition, not of memory, but of something deeper, an awareness that seemed to pulse from the very core of his being. The sight stirred an unnameable familiarity, as if he had glimpsed this place in a dream long before the train had ever carried him here. "Captain," Starbuck said quietly, joining him, his eyes reflecting the pale, undulating glow. "It's as if the stars themselves have fallen to earth and gathered here." Ahab's gaze lingered on the softly moving silver fish, tracing the elegant, synchronized arcs of their dance. "Perhaps they have, Starbuck," he murmured, voice low and contemplative. "Or perhaps these are reflections of the stars within us, brought to light in this quiet, sacred place." He noticed subtle patterns in the fish's movements, repeating sequences that resembled a silent underwater poem, and a quiet satisfaction spread through him as he traced each invisible line, each elegant curve. Queequeg, Tashtego, and Daggoo had gathered at a nearby window, captivated by the pools. Queequeg reached a finger into the water, and the luminous fish responded not with fear, but with gentle curiosity, brushing against his skin, as if greeting an old friend. A warmth blossomed through him, a deep connection to the strange, radiant beauty surrounding them. As the train continued its slow, meandering journey across the plateau, the pools gradually softened, their shimmering light blending seamlessly into the pale, ethereal blue of the mossy banks. The glow lingered faintly in the air, a whisper of illumination, a reminder that even as the dream shifted and flowed, traces of wonder remained, carried gently along with the train and those who traveled within it. Above, the sky deepened to a velvety indigo, faint stars winking down as though acknowledging the quiet reverence of the scene below. The landscape began to shift once more, unfolding into a vast, open expanse of rolling hills, their gentle curves cloaked in velvet-like grass that shimmered in shifting shades of emerald, jade, and soft forest green. The blades seemed to ripple in slow, hypnotic waves, catching and refracting the muted glow of the sky above. Overhead, the indigo heavens stretched endlessly, scattered with a multitude of silent, drifting airships. These were no ordinary vessels, no mechanical contraptions of metal and steam. They were enormous, sentient balloons, their surfaces polished opals and mother of pearl that shimmered with an inner light. Each bore intricate designs, some etched with swirling constellations, others etched with delicate, almost living floral patterns. The airships moved with a serene, unhurried grace, casting long, dancing shadows across the hills. Some took the form of gentle whales, their tails curling elegantly. Others resembled enormous, smiling fish or fantastical birds with sweeping, iridescent wings that glimmered in the faint starlight. Though they made no sound, a subtle, resonant hum vibrated faintly through the air, touching the chest and heart alike, as though the world itself was breathing in slow, deliberate harmony. Inside the train, a profound calm had settled. Passengers leaned against the windows, gazing at the surreal spectacle, their faces softened by the dreamlike light and the gentle, steady shush, shush, shush of the wheels, a lullaby that invited surrender to the moment. Ahab and Starbuck sat together, comfortable in a silence that needed no words, occasionally exchanging knowing glances. Ahab's eyes followed a particularly majestic airship, shaped like a colossal, pearlescent whale, glowing with a gentle internal luminescence. It drifted with regal slowness, its shadow sliding over the train like a fleeting, tender cloud, and for a long moment Ahab felt an ineffable serenity, as if the pulse of the world itself were flowing in rhythm with his own. "He is magnificent," Ahab murmured, a trace of his old reverence for the sea returning, but now cleansed of bitterness, obsession, or desire for conquest. He gazed at the colossal airship whale drifting silently above the velvet hills, its pearlescent body glowing with an inner light that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. It was not merely a creature of size, but of grace, movement, and serene majesty, a living embodiment of wonder. Starbuck followed his gaze, his own eyes reflecting the soft luminescence. "Indeed, Captain, a peaceful leviathan of the sky," he whispered, his voice awed but calm, carrying no urgency. Queequeg, observing the drifting airships, felt an unexpected kinship, as if the creatures were distant relatives of the whales and leviathans he had known beneath the waves. He closed his eyes, letting the gentle, almost imperceptible hum of their passage wash over him, a soothing vibration that seemed to echo in his very chest, grounding him in a profound, untroubled peace. As the great white train continued its slow journey through the velvet hills, the airships rose higher, fading into the indigo sky, their lights now twinkling like newly risen stars. The darkness above was deep, enveloping, and comforting, holding the promise of rest and deep, restorative slumber. The train eventually entered a final, vast circular chamber unlike any other in the dream. Its walls were not solid but woven from swirling mist, through which soft, shifting lights glimmered and faded like distant memories. The floor was a carpet of the deepest indigo moss, impossibly soft, yielding entirely to the lightest touch. In the very center, suspended without visible support, hung a colossal mobile, crafted from polished moonstones and fragments of solidified starlight. Each piece rotated slowly, gracefully, catching the mist's glow and reflecting it in 1,000 gentle hues. A deep, resonant hum emanated from the mobile, a vibration so soothing it seemed to settle into the bones, a lullaby for the body, mind, and spirit alike, wrapping every observer in a cocoon of absolute serenity. The great white train slowed almost imperceptibly within the vast circular chamber, the gentle shush-shush-shush of its wheels softening with each passing moment. At last, with a barely audible final sigh, it came to a complete stop. There was no jolt, no sudden halt, only a gradual, serene fading of motion, as though the train itself were sinking into the dream, folding into the very fabric of the space around it. Ahab, Starbuck, Queequeg, Tashtego, and Dagu, along with all the other passengers, remained settled in their seats, bathed in the soft, shifting glow of the mobile's moonstone and starlight fragments. There was no need to disembark. This was not a destination in any ordinary sense. It was the culmination of the journey, a quiet apex of the dream where every passing landscape, every glowing pool, every drifting airship converged into a single, profound serenity. The hum of the mobile deepened, expanding and wrapping around each passenger like a warm, infinite blanket. The mist along the chamber walls thickened, forming gentle shapes, faces at rest, eyes closed, mouths curving in faint, peaceful smiles. Each breath of the mist seemed synchronized with the subtle vibration of the mobile, creating a gentle rhythm that resonated through the air and into the bones. Ahab closed his eyes, letting the sensation wash over him. The relentless quest, the obsession, the turbulence of his past, all dissolved into this luminous, hushed space. He felt the hum settle deep within him, a soothing resonance that intertwined with every thought, every heartbeat. For the first time in what felt like eternity, he sought nothing and needed nothing. He simply existed, fully present, utterly content, cradled in the tender embrace of the dream itself, a perfect, infinite stillness, alive with quiet wonder. Starbuck leaned back in his seat, feeling the last vestiges of his earthly worries dissolve like morning mist. The gentle, rhythmic hum of the mobile resonated through the chamber, a deep, vibrating lullaby that seemed to harmonize with his own heartbeat. Soft, swirling lights danced across the walls, casting long, liquid shadows that shimmered and twisted like slow-moving water. The chamber itself felt alive, its very air imbued with the careful, deliberate stillness of a world suspended between sleep and consciousness. Every inhalation of the cool, lightly fragrant air tinged faintly with lavender, honeyed pollen, and the hint of distant sea spray was a balm, a slow infusion of serenity that seeped into his chest, his shoulders, the tips of his fingers. Starbuck felt utterly safe, utterly secure, as if held within the soft, comforting heart of the dream itself, a cradle larger than any earthly harbor. Queequeg, Tashtego, and Dagu sat near him, their eyes closed, their breaths long, even, and measured. Each exhalation seemed to release remnants of the world beyond the chamber, the toil of the Pequod, the storms of distant oceans, the relentless pursuits of a life lived at the edge of obsession. Here, all of it was irrelevant. They floated, untethered, in a realm of pure, unadulterated peace. Their skin tingled faintly with the soft radiance of the chamber, a gentle electric warmth that carried with it the sensation of being unmoored yet completely supported, weightless yet held entirely. The lights grew softer, dimmer, folding themselves into the mist that now pervaded the chamber, dissolving distinctions between walls, floor, and air. The hum of the mobile became internal, a gentle thrumming within the very marrow of one's being, synchronizing with the slow rhythm of breath and heartbeat. Time itself seemed to expand and dissolve simultaneously, a vast, unbroken present. Starbuck could feel the presence of every passenger, every character he had encountered along the train's journey, yet they existed in a shared cocoon of quiet, unspoken connection, a collective surrender to the lullaby of the dream. The great white train, its body of ivory and mother of pearl, settled further into the soft indigo moss of the chamber, its polished surfaces, absorbing the pale light, reflected it back as a muted, comforting glow, like embers that had long since cooled, but retained a memory of warmth. The engine exhaled a final plume of pearlescent smoke, a soft curling sigh that intertwined with the swirling mist, disappearing as seamlessly as a whispered word. The wheels, the tracks, the gentle creaking of the compartments, all these subtle motions ceased in perfect harmony, leaving only the profound silence punctuated by the resonant, internal hum of the mobile. Outside the train, the mist thickened, forming shapes both familiar and ephemeral, outlines of crystal forests, drifting jellyfish, floating airships, and the vast, slumbering flowers, all memories of the journey, held gently within the chamber's heart. Each form pulsed softly, a quiet rhythm that spoke of life, renewal, and the infinite patience of the dream. Even the smallest details, the glimmer of starlight on moss, the flutter of iridescent wings, the faint fragrance of honeyed pollen, coalesced into a symphony of restfulness, a world designed for quiet contemplation and surrender. Here, at last, the journey had reached its destination, not with fanfare, not with achievement, but with a soft, profound yielding to the gentlest, safest sleep. Minds could rest fully, spirits could mend without hurry or interruption. Each passenger, each familiar figure, each gentle soul felt the embrace of the chamber's infinite tranquility, a slow, expansive caress that seemed to linger long after consciousness had released its grip. The whispers of peace filled every corner, winding through the air, curling around each heart, threading their way into memory and bone alike. And as the last conscious thought drifted away, carried on the undulating hum of the mobile, the great white train itself seemed to exhale with contentment. Every passenger surrendered fully to slumber, sinking into the deepest, most restorative sleep, cradled not just by the train or the chamber, but by the accumulated wonder, care, and serenity of every moment of the journey. The dream had completed its work. All that remained was perfect, abiding peace, stretching outward like an endless horizon, warm, silent, and eternal. The Count of Monte Cristo, the midnight train to Chateau d'If. The clock tower of Marseille chimed 11 times, each resounding peal a heavy echo of time and memory, as Edmond Dantes walked slowly through the cobblestone streets. His footsteps, once a confident stride, were now a hesitant scuff against the ancient stones, their sound muffled by the thick, lavender-scented evening air. The warm amber glow of the street lamps painted everything in honey-colored light, illuminating the fragrant sea salt carried on the breeze from the nearby port. In his weathered hands, which had once commanded ships and fortunes, he carried a single piece of parchment. It was not a document of power or wealth, but a simple train ticket that had appeared on his writing desk that morning. Its elegant script seemed to shimmer like moonlight on water, an ethereal and impossible invitation. The midnight train to Chateau d'If, it read, platform of forgiveness, departure, when ready. Edmund had stared at the ticket for hours, the words a paradox that twisted in his mind. Chateau d'If, the very name, was a scar on his soul. It was the fortress prison where his young, hopeful heart had been shattered and remade into something unrecognizable, a tool of vengeance and meticulous retribution. He had long since had his revenge on those who had wronged him. He had seen justice served in ways both terrible and complete, watching his enemies fall into ruin and despair, a satisfaction that had curdled into a cold and hollow peace. Yet here was this mysterious invitation, written in a hand that reminded him, with a pang of deep sorrow, of his dear Abbé Faria, though that gentle soul had passed on decades ago. The streets seemed to guide him without conscious thought. He passed the bakery where the scent of warm bread still clung to the air, and the fountain where children's laughter from earlier in the day seemed to echo. As he walked, he noticed that the familiar streets of Marseille were becoming different, not changed, but as if he were seeing them through gauze or reflected in a still, tranquil pool. The buildings seemed taller and more graceful, their windows glowing with a warm, peachy light that spilled onto the cobblestones like liquid comfort. Flower boxes overflowed with night-blooming jasmine and pale roses that seemed to glow with their own gentle luminescence. Following the strange, compelling pull of the ticket in his hand, Edmund found himself approaching what should have been the old marketplace. Instead, he discovered an elegant, impossibly serene railway station that had not been there that morning. The building was constructed of cream-colored stone that seemed to absorb and reflect the moonlight, with arched windows that glowed softly gold. Above the entrance, carved in flowing script, were the words Gare de la Réconciliation, the station of reconciliation. Stepping through the massive doors, Edmund felt as though he were entering a dream. The station was vast and cathedral-like, with a vaulted ceiling painted in soft blues and silvers that moved like clouds across a twilight sky. The floors were made of smooth, pale marble that reflected everything like a still lake, creating the sensation of walking on water. Gentle music drifted through the air, not quite a melody, but something like the soft chime of a bell mixed with distant lullabies, a harmony that seemed to quiet the turmoil in his heart. The platform stretched before him, illuminated by old-fashioned gas lamps that cast warm pools of amber light. The air shimmered with what looked like golden dust motes, but when Edmund looked more closely, he realized they were tiny, luminous butterflies, their wings nearly transparent, fluttering lazily through the gentle warmth. And there, on the tracks that seemed to extend into a soft, silvery mist, stood the most beautiful train Edmund had ever seen. It was not made of iron or steel, but of polished rosewood and burnished brass, the material gleaming with an inner light. Its windows were like panes of stained glass, depicting not worldly scenes, but constellations and nebulae, shimmering with cosmic dust. Steam, fragrant with cinnamon and frankincense, billowed from its engine in soft white clouds, carrying with it a scent that reminded him of childhood Christmases. The nameplate on the side of the engine read, "Le Pardon," written in the same elegant script as the ticket. Edmund drew closer, a sense of profound wonder slowly replacing the quiet melancholy that had been his constant companion for so long. He noticed that the train's cars had no doors, only arches filled with a soft swirling light. Curious, he reached out, and his hand passed through the light without resistance. He felt a fleeting warmth, a sense of peaceful release, as though a long-held tension had simply dissolved within him. Before one of the arches stood a figure, tall and gaunt, yet radiating an inner peace that was palpable even from a distance. The man was dressed in a long, simple robe and held a lantern whose light didn't flicker or waver. Edmund felt his heart lurch. The face was older, lined with time and wisdom, but it was unmistakably the face of Abbe Faria. "I had a feeling you would come," the Abbé said, his voice a soft, low rumble like the turning of ancient pages. The ticket was a gift from a friend of mine, a sort of cosmic ferryman, if you will. Edmund could only stare, his throat tight with emotion. "But I saw you die," he stammered, his words coming out in a rush. "I buried you myself in the sea." Abbe Faria smiled, a sad, gentle curve of his lips. "What you buried was a shell, my friend, a vessel that had completed its voyage. What you see now is a part of the journey itself." He gestured toward the train. "This is the midnight train to Chateau d'If, but it is not the prison you remember. This is the fortress of the heart, where all the ghosts of your past, both living and dead, await their own reconciliation. The departure is when ready. It is the destination, not the timing, that truly matters." Edmund looked at the swirling light in the archway, then back at the familiar face of his mentor. "Why now?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I had my revenge. I have a new life, a good one. I am at peace, mostly." "Are you?" the Abbé asked, his gaze gentle but piercing. "Revenge is a cold meal, Edmund. It may fill an empty stomach for a time, but it offers no lasting nourishment. It is a hunger that can never truly be sated. You have spent a lifetime building an empire, a life of unparalleled power and wealth, but in that pursuit you lost a part of yourself, the young sailor who loved the sea and his fiancée and his father above all else. I had no choice, Edmund retorted, a flash of the old fire in his eyes. They took everything from me. Did they? The abbé countered softly. Or did you give it away in your quest to make them pay? Edmund fell silent. The words hung in the air like the fragrant steam from the train. He thought of his years as the Count of Monte Cristo, of the cruel satisfaction of watching his enemies fall, one by one. The death of Villefort's family, the public humiliation of Fernand Mondego, the slow, agonizing downfall of Danglars. He had believed it was justice, a perfect retribution for the injustice he had suffered. But the abbé was right. The taste of victory was hollow. The Count had vanquished his enemies, but Edmond Dantès still walked alone, his heart a fortified prison of its own making. The ticket is an invitation to a different kind of justice, Abbé Faria said, as if reading his thoughts. The justice of the soul, the forgiveness you seek isn't for them, but for yourself, for the man you had to become to survive. Edmund looked at the train again, at the soft, inviting light that swirled within its arches. He saw flashes within the light, the face of Mercedes, beautiful and sad, the worried eyes of his father, the trembling hands of his young self, holding a newly signed contract. "What will happen when I get on?" he asked. The abbé smiled. "That is the great mystery, my friend. It is the journey of the soul. But I can promise you this. You will find a different kind of freedom on the other side." With a final, meaningful nod, Abbé Faria melted back into the shadows, the lantern light remaining, suspended in the air. The train's engine let out a soft hiss, and the cinnamon and frankincense-scented steam thickened, swirling around Edmund. The midnight train to Chateau d'If stood ready, its destination a mystery, its promise a quiet hope. Edmund took one final look at the ethereal station and stepped through the swirling light. The world dissolved around him, and he was no longer a man of vengeance or power, but simply a passenger on the platform of forgiveness. It was not like the harsh, industrial locomotives Edmund had known from the modern world, those iron beasts that belched smoke and fire, and thundered across the land with the ruthless precision of machines born from coal and steel. No, this was something else entirely, a creation that seemed less a product of human industry and more a dream conjured by the night sky itself. The train stood before him as though it had rolled straight out of a constellation. Its engine gleamed in a shade of deep midnight blue, so rich it seemed almost a drink in the light around it. Yet scattered across its polished surface were silver stars and slender crescents that twinkled with the living shimmer of distant galaxies. When Edmund tilted his head, the stars seemed to shift their positions, as though this painted engine were itself a fragment of the heavens, forever in motion. The cars that followed shimmered in colors more suited to dawn and twilight than to any workshop. One was a dusky lavender, soft and calming. Another glowed with the warmth of rose gold, like a sunset captured in metal, and yet another shone in cream, its polished sides catching the golden glow of the station's lanterns. Each car was not plain steel, but lovingly adorned, carved with swirling designs of vines, blossoms, and curling leaves that seemed impossibly alive. The vines trailed delicately across the surface, their etched leaves trembling as though stirred by a breeze Edmund could not feel, and the carved flowers opened and closed in slow motion, as if the train itself breathed. From the tall windows came a steady glow of honey-colored light, soft and welcoming, like the flicker of candles in a warm home. That light pulsed gently, as if keeping time with the heartbeat of the train. Shadows shifted across the glass, silhouettes of figures within passengers who spoke in low, comforting tones. Edmund heard the faint ripple of conversation, punctuated by laughter that was neither rowdy nor sharp, but mellow, tender, the kind of sound that eased burdens rather than added to them. For a moment, he could almost believe the train was not a machine at all, but a sanctuary set on wheels, carrying those who entered it toward peace. Monsieur Dantès? The voice broke softly across his reverie, warm, cultured, and touched by the gentle lilt of an Italian accent. Edmund turned, and his heart stumbled in his chest. Standing beside him, as vivid and undeniable as the glowing train itself, was Abbé Faria. The old priest looked just as Edmund remembered him from their years of confinement in the chateau. If his sharp eyes, his kindly smile, the delicate hands that had once sketched diagrams into the dust of a prison floor. Yet he was also changed, transformed into something brighter, almost ethereal. His form seemed touched by light, as if his very flesh carried a radiance that did not belong to the mortal world. His eyes still held that familiar twinkle of wisdom and patience, but now they glimmered with a starlit clarity that made Edmund think of a vast sky filled with constellations. His robes, once threadbare, were now of soft grey, but the fabric shimmered faintly, woven with threads that looked spun from moonbeams. In his hand he carried a lantern, not the harsh iron lamp of a jailer, but a delicate vessel of glass and silver filigree, glowing with the same golden light as the butterflies that had hovered about the platform. It did not shine with heat or glare, but with a gentle luminescence that comforted rather than blinded. "My dear friend," Edmund whispered, his throat tight with disbelief and emotion, "but how can this be?" "Ah, Edmund," the abbé said gently, his smile warmer than summer sunlight, "how is of little importance. The greater question, my son, is why you are here, and whether you are ready for what lies ahead." Edmund's gaze darted back to the glittering engine. "But where does it go? My ticket says Chateau d'If. But surely that cannot be." The priest chuckled softly, a sound like a lullaby. "Oh, it goes to the Chateau d'If," he said, eyes dancing with a mischievous sparkle, "but not the one you remember. No, this train carries its passengers to the Chateau d'If, if that might have been the one that lies in the country of what if, and perhaps a place beyond prisons, beyond regrets. Come, allow me to show you your compartment." He laid a hand on Edmund's arm, and the warmth of that touch was steadying. Together they stepped onto the train, and Edmund felt again the surreal wonder that had filled him when he first beheld it. For inside, The train was impossibly larger than the exterior could ever allow, as all true works of magic must be. The corridor stretched on like a hallway in some grand palace, its floor covered in thick carpet the shade of twilight, plush enough that each step sank in silence. The walls were panelled with polished wood, smooth as silk to the eye, but inlaid with mother of pearl that shimmered in patterns like flowing water. On either side, doors of gleaming oak stood tall, each one etched with spirals of silver and trimmed with delicate designs that shifted as Edmund looked at them, as if alive. The walls above the doors bore murals that seemed less painted and more alive, shifting in slow, graceful motion. He saw rolling meadows where the grasses bent beneath invisible breezes, lakes so clear they mirrored constellations, gardens in bloom with roses of every color, from purest white to deepest crimson, from gold to a shade of blue he had never seen before. "Here we are," Abbe Faria murmured, pausing before a door that bore a silver plaque engraved with Edmund's name in flowing, elegant script. He touched it gently, and the door swung inward without a sound. Edmund stepped inside, and his heart leapt. The compartment was larger than a simple train car could ever contain, more like a private salon in a noble's mansion. Velvet chairs in the color of deep ocean water stood invitingly near a fireplace, its flames not orange but silver and pale blue, flickering with light but radiating no heat, only a soothing calm, a comfort that warmed not the skin but the soul. Along one wall stretched shelves lined with books. Edmund did not need to read their titles to know that every story he had ever yearned to discover was there. The poems that had comforted him in solitude, the adventures he had longed to live, the philosophies that had lit his mind in the darkness, all were here waiting for him. Beyond the large window, the platform still shimmered, the golden butterflies swirling lazily like drifting sparks. But it was not the books, nor the fire, nor even the magical breadth of the room that held him motionless. It was the presence of someone else. In one of the velvet chairs sat Mercedes, not the Mercedes he had last seen in the weary years of bitterness, her face marked by sorrow and compromise, her beauty weathered by grief. No, this Mercedes was radiant in a way that transcended youth and age. She seemed caught between both, timeless, her dark hair gleaming as though woven with shadow and moonlight, tiny silver flowers threaded within its waves. Her gown was of soft blue-green silk that shifted with each movement like sunlight over the sea. Her eyes met Edmund's, and he felt himself struck as though by lightning. They were her eyes, warm, tender, filled with the love of his earliest memories. But there was more, not innocence but wisdom, not naivety but understanding. They held not only the laughter of youth, but the quiet acceptance of one who had lived, lost, and learned. For the first time in what felt like centuries, Edmund felt both seen and forgiven. "Edmund," she said softly, rising to greet him, "I wondered when you might join us." In another chair sat Maximilian Morrel, looking every inch the noble young man Edmund remembered, but with an air of deep peace about him. His uniform was spotless blue and gold, but somehow softer than military dress usually appeared, as if it were made of silk rather than wool. He smiled warmly at Edmund's entrance. "Count," he said, then caught himself with a gentle laugh. "Or should I say, my friend Edmund, I think perhaps on this train we are all simply ourselves." And in the third chair, to Edmund's utter amazement, sat Fernand Mondego, but not the bitter, jealous man who had betrayed him. This Fernand was somehow lighter, his dark features free of the shadows that hatred had carved there. He wore simple clothes of good quality, and his eyes, when they met Edmund's, held only regret and a tentative hope. "Before you speak," Fernand said quietly, rising to his feet, "let me say what I have longed to say for years. I am sorry, mon ami. I am so very, very sorry for what my jealousy made me do." The train gave a gentle lurch, and Edmund felt rather than heard the soft chuff of the engine beginning to move. Through the window the platform began to slide away, and with it the familiar world of Marseille. As they picked up speed, the view outside became increasingly dreamlike, rolling fields of lavender under starlight, forests where the trees seemed to be made of silver, and lakes that reflected moons that weren't quite in the right places in the sky. "Please, sit," Mercedes said gently, indicating the remaining chair. "This is a long journey, and we have much to discuss." Edmund settled into the chair, which adjusted itself perfectly to his form, as comfortable as if it had been made specifically for him. The fire crackled softly, and from somewhere in the train came the distant sound of a piano playing a melody that was almost familiar, like a half-remembered lullaby. "I don't understand," Edmund said softly. "How are you all here, and why? I have had my revenge. I have seen justice done." "Have you?" asked Abbe Faria, who had quietly entered the compartment and now settled himself in a chair that hadn't been there moments before. "Or have you perhaps confused justice with something else entirely?" "I don't know what you mean," Edmund replied, though even as he said it he felt uncertain. "Tell me," Mercedes said gently, "in all your years of planning and executing your revenge, were you happy?" The question hung in the air like incense, sweet and somehow sorrowful. Edmund found himself considering it seriously for perhaps the first time. Had he been happy? He had been satisfied when his enemies fell. He had felt vindicated when wrongs were righted, but happy? "I was justified," he said finally. "Ah," Maximilian said softly, "but that's not the same thing, is it?" Outside the window the landscape had become even more fantastic. They were passing through what looked like a valley filled with enormous flowers that glowed like lanterns, roses the size of houses in shades of coral and cream, lilies that stretched towards stars arranged in unfamiliar constellations. The air that drifted through a slightly open window carried the scent of every beautiful thing Edmund had ever smelled: his mother's perfume, fresh bread, ocean spray, the leather binding of beloved books. "Where are we going exactly?" Edmund asked. "To the Chateau d'If," Fernand replied, "but as Abbe Faria said, not the one you remember. This train travels through the country of possibility, where all the choices we didn't make, all the words we didn't say, all the forgiveness we didn't offer, still exist." I spent 14 years in prison because of the choices you made, Edmund said to Fernand, though somehow the words came out more sad than angry. I know, Fernand replied simply, and I have spent every day since regretting it. But Edmund, in this place, in this time between times, I can ask you something I could never ask in life. Will you tell me about those 14 years? You want to know about my suffering? Edmund's voice was incredulous. I want to understand it, Fernand said quietly. I want to carry the weight of what my actions caused, because perhaps if I understand the full measure of what I cost you, I can begin to make amends. Mercedes leaned forward, her eyes gentle but serious. And perhaps, Edmund, if you speak of it here, in this safe place to those who love you, you might find that the burden becomes lighter when shared. The train swayed gently as it took a curve, and through the window Edmund could see they were now travelling along what appeared to be a coastline. But this was no ordinary sea. The water was deep purple under the strange stars, and it was filled with points of light that might have been reflected stars or might have been something else entirely. Islands dotted the water, each one covered in glowing forests, or crowned with castles made of crystal that chimed softly in harmonies as they passed. Tell us, Abbe Faria said gently, tell us what it was like. And somehow, in the warmth and safety of the compartment, with the gentle rocking of the train and the soft light of the impossible fire, Edmund found that he could. The words came slowly at first, then faster, as if a dam had broken. He told them about the darkness, about the despair that had nearly consumed him, about the slow death of hope and the birth of hatred. He spoke of learning from Faria, of the gradual building of his plans for revenge, of the cold satisfaction that had sustained him for so many years. As he spoke, he noticed that tears were streaming down Fernand's face, and Mercedes was holding her hands to her heart as if in physical pain. Even Maximilian, who had suffered his own sorrows, looked stricken. My friend, Fernand whispered when Edmund finally fell silent, I had no idea. I knew it was wrong, what I did, but I told myself you were young, that you would recover, that perhaps a few months in prison would only. I never imagined. The heart that seeks revenge, Abbe Faria said gently, carries its own prison with it always. Even after the revenge is complete, the bars remain. But what else could I have done? Edmund asked. Let injustice stand? Allow wrong to go unpunished? Those are not the only choices, Mercedes said softly. She rose from her chair and went to a small writing desk that had appeared near the window while they were talking. From one of its drawers, she withdrew what looked like a photograph, though photographs had not been invented when Edmund was young. She handed it to him, and he saw that it showed himself, but not as he was or had been. In the image, he was standing in a garden filled with children, laughing as they chased butterflies among roses. His face was peaceful, free of the lines that years of plotting had carved there. Beside him stood Mercedes, and they both looked older, but their eyes held a happiness that seemed to glow. What is this? He whispered. What might have been, she replied, if you had chosen differently, if instead of revenge you had chosen to live. But how could I live with the injustice? By creating justice through living well, Maximilian said gently. By helping others, by loving deeply, by being the man you were meant to be rather than the man your pain made you become. The train was slowing now, and looking out the window, Edmund could see their destination approaching. But this Chateau d'If bore no resemblance to the fortress prison he remembered. This castle was built of white stone that seemed to be carved from clouds, with tall, graceful towers, topped with flags that fluttered in a breeze that sparkled with silver. Gardens surrounded it, filled with every beautiful flower that had ever grown, and paths of pearl-white sand wound between fountains that sparkled with water that looked like liquid starlight. "It's beautiful," Edmund breathed. "This is the Chateau d'If that exists when forgiveness has transformed a place," Faria explained. "When we let go of our anger, even the sites of our greatest pain can become places of beauty." The train came to a stop at a platform made of what looked like mother of pearl, illuminated by lanterns that held not flames but captive fireflies that glowed with gentle warmth. As they disembarked, Edmund noticed that other passengers were leaving the train as well, people he didn't recognize, but who all had the same look of wonder and peace that he suspected he wore himself. "Come," Mercedes said, taking his arm. "Let us walk in the gardens." They strolled together along the pearl sand paths, the five of them walking slowly and speaking in quiet voices. The gardens were filled with impossible wonders, roses that sang soft lullabies when the breeze touched them, fountains that sparkled with water in every color imaginable, trees whose leaves were pages from beautiful books that rustled with poetry when they moved. "I spent so many years hating," Edmund said as they paused beside a fountain whose water seemed to be made of liquid silver. "I don't know how to stop." "You don't stop all at once," Faria said gently. "Forgiveness is not a moment, it's a journey. Like this train ride, you don't arrive all at once. You travel there slowly, seeing new landscapes along the way." "But how do I begin?" Fernand stepped forward, his hands clasped nervously. Perhaps you could begin by allowing me to try to earn it. I know I can never undo what I did, but if you could give me the chance to try to make amends." Edmund looked at his old friend, the man who had been his betrayer, but who was also the companion of his youth, the one who had shared his dreams before jealousy poisoned everything between them. In this place, in this soft light, he could see not just what Fernand had become, but what he had once been, and what he might yet become again. I think I would like that," Edmund said softly, and was surprised to find that he meant it. Mercedes smiled, and the expression was like sunrise over calm water. "And perhaps," she said gently, "you might also forgive yourself." "Myself, for the years you spent in darkness, for the choices you made in pain, for being human in an impossible situation." She touched his hand lightly. "You were so young, Edmund, and you were so hurt. Perhaps it's time to have compassion for that young man who suffered so much." They had reached the castle itself, and Edmund could see that it was not really a fortress at all, but a palace of dreams. The walls were covered in climbing roses that bloomed in every color, and the windows glowed with warm, welcoming light. Above the entrance was carved a message in flowing script. Here all are welcome. Here all are forgiven. Here all may begin again. Will you stay? Faria asked gently. Edmund looked around at the gardens, at the castle, at his friends who waited patiently for his answer. He thought of all the years he had spent carrying anger like a stone in his chest, of all the beauty he had missed while his eyes were fixed on revenge, of all the love he had pushed away because his heart was too full of hate to make room for anything else. "I think," he said slowly, "I would like to learn how." As they walked toward the castle, the train behind them began to glow more brightly, and Edmund could see that new passengers were boarding other souls, perhaps, who were ready to take their own journeys toward forgiveness. The engine chuffed softly, and with a gentle whistle that sounded like wind chimes, it began to move again, carrying its precious cargo of seekers back into the dreaming night. Inside the castle, Edmund found rooms filled with soft light and comfortable chairs, libraries full of books that contained all the wisdom of forgiveness, and windows that looked out on landscapes that changed with the watcher's mood, sometimes peaceful meadows, sometimes calming seas, sometimes simply the star-filled darkness of a sky full of possibilities. He settled into a chair near one of these windows, and Mercedes sat beside him while Maximilian found a book and began to read aloud poetry that spoke of second chances and new beginnings. Fernand sat across from them, and in his eyes, Edmund could see the first tentative signs of hope. "The journey is just beginning," Faria said softly, settling into his own chair with a book that seemed to glow with gentle light. "But the hardest part, the choosing to begin that, is already done." Outside the window, the stars rearranged themselves into new constellations, patterns that spelled out words in languages older than speech: peace, forgiveness, love, hope. And in the distance, so faint it might have been imagination, came the sound of the midnight train's whistle, calling to other souls who might be ready to let go of their burdens and begin the journey toward healing. Edmund closed his eyes and listened to the soft sounds of the castle, the whisper of pages turning, the gentle murmur of conversation, the distant music that seemed to come from the walls themselves. For the first time in decades, the stone of anger in his chest felt lighter, not gone, not yet, but lighter, as if it were slowly dissolving in the warmth of forgiveness, like sugar dissolving in warm tea. "Thank you," he whispered, though he wasn't sure if he was speaking to his friends, to the Abbé, to the mysterious force that had sent him the train ticket, or to something else entirely. "Thank you," came Mercedes' voice softly in return, and he realized that perhaps gratitude, like forgiveness, was something that grew stronger when shared. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, the stars outside continued their gentle dance, and the Chateau d'If, transformed now from a place of punishment to a place of healing, settled around them like a warm blanket. There would be work to do, Edmund knew. The journey of forgiveness was long and sometimes difficult, but here, in this place between worlds, surrounded by love and the possibility of redemption, he finally felt ready to begin. And in the distance, growing fainter now but still audible to those who knew how to listen, The midnight train continued on its way, its whistle calling softly to all those who might be ready to board, ready to leave behind the stations of their pain and travel toward the destinations of their healing. The last thing Edmund heard before sleep took him was the gentle sound of that whistle, promising that the train would return whenever it was needed, ready to carry any soul willing to purchase a ticket to forgiveness and begin the journey home to peace. Sherlock Holmes, the Dreamland Express train. The gas lamps of Baker Street cast their familiar amber glow through the November fog as Dr. John Watson settled into his well-worn armchair beside the fireplace. The coals whispered softly in their iron cradle, painting dancing shadows across the Persian rug that had witnessed so many of their evening conversations. Sherlock Holmes sat across from him, long fingers steepled beneath his sharp chin, his grey eyes reflecting the firelight with an unusual softness. "Watson," Holmes murmured, his voice carrying that particular cadence that always preceded something extraordinary. "Have you ever wondered what becomes of thoughts that drift away just before sleep?" Watson looked up from his medical journal, spectacles catching the warm light. "I confess, Holmes, that's rather a philosophical question for this hour. Are you suggesting they simply disappear?" "Not disappear, my dear fellow, transform." Holmes rose gracefully from his chair and moved to the window, where frost had begun to paint delicate fern patterns across the glass. "I have reason to believe they travel somewhere quite specific, somewhere accessible if one knows the proper, shall we say, departure time." Outside, the familiar clip-clop of hansom cabs had grown quiet, replaced by an altogether different sound, a distant, rhythmic chuffing that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. Watson's head tilted slightly, his trained ear catching the peculiar melody of it. The fog thickened outside, muffling the usual sounds of the city, and the silence inside 221B Baker Street grew heavy with unspoken anticipation. The scent of pipe smoke and old paper clung to the air, a comforting and familiar perfume. Dr. Watson's medical journal lay open on his lap, a forgotten world of ailments and diagnoses, as his attention was fully captured by the peculiar shift in Holmes's demeanor. Holmes, who was usually a portrait of restless energy, now stood utterly still, a silhouette against the frosted window pane. The chuffing sound from the street grew louder, a steady, hypnotic beat that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. It was a mechanical rhythm, yet it possessed a strange, almost organic quality, a sound that didn't belong to London, or perhaps to their world at all. "Holmes, do you hear that? It sounds rather like a train, yes, but not just any train, Watson." Holmes's reflection in the window glass bore an expression of quiet anticipation, his sharp features softened by the faint gleam of the gaslight. "The 11:47 to Dreamland, if I'm not mistaken. It only runs on nights when the fog carries just the right amount of starlight, and the moon wears a silver nightcap." Watson set down his journal, curiosity overriding his usual skepticism of Holmes's more whimsical observations. "The 11:47 to Dreamland, Holmes. Surely you don't mean... I mean precisely what I say, dear Watson, and if my calculations are correct, which they invariably are, we have exactly 7 minutes to reach the platform. The sound grew clearer now, a gentle chuff, 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 accompanied by the soft ding-ding of a bell that seemed to ring not in the ears but somewhere deeper, in that tender chamber where childhood memories of Christmas mornings and golden summer afternoons rest undisturbed. The air itself seemed to quiver with expectancy, each breath carrying the faintest fragrance of coal smoke sweetened with lilacs. Holmes was already reaching for his coat, not the heavy wool overcoat he wore for their usual nocturnal adventures, but a softer garment of midnight blue, trimmed at the collar with a faint shimmer like frost on glass. Watson had never seen it before, though somehow it felt as if it had always been waiting in Holmes's wardrobe for this very night. But Holmes, where exactly is this platform? Surely not Victoria or Paddington at this hour. Holmes smiled, that rare, genuine expression that transformed his angular features into something almost boyish, as though the years themselves had slipped away. Sometimes, Watson, the most important journeys begin right where we are. The sitting room began to shimmer, the wallpaper roses seeming to lean forward, the mantel clock's ticking slowed to a languid heartbeat. Soft, pearl-colored light seeped from between the painted petals, turning the floor into a glimmering sea. The air smelled of lavender and old parchment, with a whisper of cool mist. Watson found a warm brown traveling jacket on a hook, its fabric a comforting weight. The collar brushed his neck like an autumn breeze. "Shall we, Watson? The Dreamland Express waits for no one, though it is infinitely patient." They stepped through the door, not into the hallway, but onto a platform of polished cherry wood that stretched as far as the eye could see. The street lamps burned with captured moonbeams. The air was warm, scented with jasmine and old books, vanilla and summer rain. Other passengers waited, unlike any Watson had ever seen. An elderly woman knitted a scarf of starlight. A gentleman in a top hat read a newspaper whose headlines shifted to show gentle stories of kindness. Local cat saves family from loneliness, and child's laughter cures rainy day blues. A small girl in a nightgown of softest pink sat cross-legged on a carpet that hovered 3 inches above the platform, carefully arranging a tea set for what appeared to be several invisible guests. She looked up as Holmes and Watson approached and smiled with the serious dignity that only children possess. "Are you traveling to the Sleepy Hollow car or the counting sheep compartment?" she asked politely, pouring tea that steamed in colors rather than releasing heat, gentle purples and soft golds swirling up from the delicate china cups. "I believe," Holmes said, crouching down to her level with surprising ease, "that we shall know our proper car when we see it. Might I ask what you are celebrating with your tea party?" "Oh, it's not celebrating," she said matter-of-factly, offering him a cup of the colorful steam. "It's remembering. These are all the dreams I had when I was even littler than I am now. They like to visit sometimes, especially when I'm about to have new ones." Watson accepted a cup from one of the invisible guests, guided by the girl's encouraging nods. The steamed tea tasted like Christmas morning and snow days, like the feeling of finding a perfect shell on a beach and the sound of his mother singing him to sleep. In the distance, a gentle whistle drifted through the night, not the harsh, industrial blast of an ordinary locomotive, but a soft, lingering melody that seemed woven from every lullaby ever whispered under moonlight. The notes curled and lingered in the air, a warm embrace that made even the cool mist shimmer with anticipation. Around the gentle curve of the track, the Dreamland Express emerged, its headlamp casting a golden glow that transformed the pearl-colored fog into ribbons of shifting light, like an aurora unfurling across the horizon. The engine itself was a vision of enchantment. Its body gleamed as if carved from polished amethyst, rich purple streaked with veins of silver and molten gold that caught the light with every subtle shimmer. Steam rose from its stack in soft spirals of lavender and cream, curling toward the stars, carrying the faint scent of honey and vanilla. Its bell chimed with crystalline clarity, scattering tiny rainbows across the mist, dancing like fireflies along the edges of the platform. Behind the engine, a procession of cars trailed in harmonious wonder. Each seemed alive with its own story. The counting sheep car glowed with a tender light as passengers reclined on plush benches, while tiny, cap-wearing sheep leaped in an endless, serene parade. The Sleepy Hollow car cradled dreamers in armchairs beside windows that revealed cozy cottages, warm fires flickering and cats purring in the hearth. The Memory Lane car displayed moving photographs, capturing gentle smiles, quiet afternoons, and moments of pure contentment. Yet it was the final car that drew Holmes's gaze, a stately compartment of midnight blue trimmed with silver, its windows revealing not passengers, but a study where books shifted and shimmered, titles flickering with the promise of adventures and mysteries yet unsolved. "Ah," Holmes murmured, his eyes gleaming, "the mystery car, I should have known." The train eased to a whisper of a stop, its bell chiming once more, a lullaby that seemed to settle into the bones of anyone nearby. The doors opened not with clang or groan, but with the gentle turn of a page, inviting the passengers into wonder. The little girl packed her tea set into a carpet bag that seemed impossibly small, yet held every delicate cup and saucer. She kissed her invisible guests goodbye, whispering promises to meet again in dreams, and skipped toward the counting sheep car, her laughter ringing like silver bells, carefree as the night itself. Holmes and Watson wove through the bustling platform, passing travelers boarding their chosen cars. An elderly woman, her starlight scarf shimmering, entered the Memory Lane car, where sepia-toned photos of her as a young mother lined the walls. A gentleman in a green top hat entered the Peaceful Thoughts car, where figures meditated amid surreal gardens. At the mystery car, a conductor greeted them. His navy uniform, with buttons like twinkling stars, hummed with authority. His face, kind but indistinct, inspired trust. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said, tipping his cap, "we've been expecting you. Your compartment awaits, prepared with meticulous care." "Expecting us?" Watson queried, a spark of curiosity flickering, though an odd calm told him this was no surprise. "Indeed, Doctor," the conductor replied, his voice smooth as a river stone. "The Dreamland Express knows its passengers long before they board. Some hear its whistle in childhood but delay their journey for decades. Others, unaware, are summoned only when the time is precisely right. Yet all arrive exactly when destined. They followed him into the mystery car, its polished wood paneling and velvet drapes exuding an air of enigma. Passing other compartments, Watson caught fleeting glimpses of passengers settling into their journeys. In one, a woman held a snow globe, its contents not a snowy village but a miniature library where tiny figures read by firelight in cozy armchairs, their books small enough to fit on a pinhead. In another, a man sifted through a collection of glowing keys, each etched with evocative labels: the door to Sunday afternoons, the gate to grandmother's garden, the lock of forgotten laughter. Each key pulsed faintly, as if alive with the promise of unlocking moments long buried. The air thrummed with anticipation, every detail of the car, from the intricate brass fixtures to the soft hum of the train's engine, hinting at mysteries waiting to unfold. Holmes, his sharp eyes scanning every detail, seemed already attuned to the car's secrets, while Watson felt a quiet thrill, sensing their journey would unravel truths as strange and wondrous as the scenes they'd glimpsed. Their compartment was a mesmerizing replica of their Baker Street sitting room, yet imbued with an ethereal enchantment that elevated it beyond the familiar. The Persian rug, identical in its intricate weave, shimmered with patterns that shifted like a languid kaleidoscope, weaving designs that evoked curling pipe smoke, the graceful curves of violin strings, the gleam of a magnifying glass catching firelight, and the quiet comfort of shared silences. The air carried a faint scent of aged leather and tobacco, mingling with something indefinable, perhaps the fragrance of memory itself. 2 armchairs, plush and worn in just the right places, flanked a wide window where pearl-colored mist swirled outside, its eddies hinting at unseen worlds. The wooden paneling gleamed with a warmth that seemed to pulse faintly, as if the room itself were alive, attuned to their presence. Holmes settled into his chair, his lanky frame easing into a rare state of repose, a contented sigh escaping him. "Most satisfactory, Watson. The attention to detail is impeccable down to the very grain of the wood." His sharp eyes roamed the room, catching the subtle glow of the brass fireplace tools, which seemed to hum with a quiet energy, as if ready to spark into life at a moment's notice. Watson sank into his own armchair, its familiar creak a comfort, and noticed his medical bag resting beside it. Curious, he unlatched it, expecting his usual instruments, but found instead an array of peculiar tools. A stethoscope gleamed, its metal cool but thrumming faintly, as if designed to hear the cadence of emotions rather than heartbeats. Small glass bottles, their labels written in elegant script, held remedies like tincture of contentment, essence of quiet courage, and powder of pleasant dreams. A thermometer, its mercury replaced by a soft golden light, measured not fever but the warmth of human kindness, its scale marked with words like compassion and empathy. Watson turned the strange device over in his hands, marveling at its delicate craftsmanship, wondering what mysteries it might reveal. The Dreamland Express began to move, its motion so seamless that Watson only noticed because the mist outside the window shifted, transforming from pearlescent swirls to a warm golden glow, then fading into a blue so pale it seemed woven from the breath of dawn. The transition was hypnotic, each hue blending into the next with the grace of a symphony, suggesting the train was gliding through realms beyond the physical. Holmes, Watson ventured, settling deeper into his chair, the leather molding perfectly to his form. How did you come to know of this train? It's rather outside your usual sphere of practical detection. Holmes steepled his fingers, the familiar gesture grounding Watson even in this surreal setting. A faint smile played at his lips, his eyes glinting with the spark of a mind always 3 steps ahead. My dear Watson, detection is merely the art of observation and deduction applied to the patterns of existence. Lately, our cases, missing jewelry, unfaithful spouses, embezzled funds, have grown repetitive, predictable. The same human follies, the same tired outcomes. But I observed something else, a whisper of something extraordinary, a pull toward a mystery that defies the mundane. The Dreamland Express is no mere train, it is a journey into the unseen threads of the human soul, and I deduced we were meant to board it. Holmes paused, his gaze fixed on the window where the pale blue mist began to dissolve, unveiling a landscape that defied earthly description. Rolling hills stretched endlessly, cloaked in grass that emitted a soft, luminescent green glow, as if kissed by starlight in the velvety darkness. Scattered across the terrain, trees stood like sentinels, their leaves shimmering in every conceivable hue, crimson, sapphire, amber, and colors Watson could not name, shifting gently in a breeze that carried faint, ethereal notes of distant music, like a lullaby woven from the dreams of forgotten gods. The air itself seemed alive, pulsing with a quiet magic that stirred something deep within Watson's soul, a longing for wonders he hadn't known he craved. I began to deduce, Holmes continued, his voice low and resonant, that there exist mysteries beyond the scope of crime or deceit, not questions of guilt or treachery, but of wonder, curiosity, unfettered by danger, puzzles whose resolutions offer not justice but serenity. His eyes, usually so piercing, softened as they traced the horizon, reflecting the glow of the surreal landscape. The Dreamland Express glided through a forest where trees spiraled upward in perfect hypnotic symmetry, their branches intertwining to form natural archways over streams that sparkled with impossible clarity. These waters did not mirror the star-strewn sky above, but reflected fleeting glimpses of dreams, visions of soaring kites, laughter-filled picnics, and quiet moments of love from every creature that had ever sipped their flow. Deer with antlers of crystalline moonlight paused to watch the train, their eyes glowing with a gentle ancient wisdom, untouched by fear or sorrow, as if they existed in a realm where pain was but a forgotten echo. "Look there, Watson," Holmes said, pointing to a meadow where flowers bloomed in mesmerizing mathematical precision, roses spiraling in Fibonacci sequences, daisies arranged in golden ratio perfection, each petal opening and closing in sync with a cosmic rhythm that seemed to pulse through the very fabric of the world. "Here is a mystery not of deception, but of beauty. The question is not who committed the crime, but how does such perfection arise, and what does it mean to behold it?" Watson nodded, a profound peace settling over him, reminiscent of the unburdened joy of childhood. The steady cadence of the train's wheels synchronized with his heartbeat, each click a soothing echo of life itself, while the car's gentle sway felt like the embrace of a loved one, rocking him into a state of quiet bliss. A soft knock interrupted the moment, and the conductor entered, bearing a tea service on a silver tray that gleamed with an otherworldly sheen. The teapot steamed with a cascade of colors, vivid crimsons, soft violets, and golds, reminiscent of the little girl's tea from earlier in their journey. The cups, delicate and translucent, appeared crafted from crystallized music, emitting a faint, melodic hum when Watson's fingers brushed their surface, as if each touch awakened a note from a celestial symphony. "Evening refreshments," the conductor announced, placing the tray on the small table between their armchairs. "Tonight's blend is lavender dreams, infused with chamomile contemplation and a whisper of rosemary remembrance. The sugar cubes are distilled from condensed laughter, and the cream is whipped from the silken threads of clouds." Holmes and Watson each took a cup, the warmth seeping into their hands like a familiar embrace. Watson sipped, and the tea bloomed on his palate with the exact sensation of returning home after a long, weary journey, warm, welcoming, and deeply familiar, yet laced with a hint of something new and unnameable. The sugar cube dissolved with the effervescent sparkle of a child's unrestrained giggle, each bubble bursting with joy, while the cloud silk cream lent a velvety richness, evoking the contentment of a perfect, untroubled moment. As they drank, the compartment seemed to glow softly, the very air humming with the promise of revelations yet to come. Holmes leaned forward, his keen eyes fixed on the conductor, a spark of curiosity igniting in their depths. "Tell me," he said, his voice a measured blend of inquiry and command, "what is the purpose of this journey? Where precisely does the Dreamland Express convey its passengers?" The conductor's lips curved into a warm, enigmatic smile, and for a fleeting moment his unremarkable features seemed to shimmer, resolving into a visage that stirred a distant memory in Watson, a beloved uncle who told tales by the hearth, or perhaps a kind-hearted teacher whose gentle encouragements had left an indelible mark. The moment passed, leaving only the conductor's serene presence. "Why, Mr. Holmes," he replied, his voice as soft as moonlight on water, "the Dreamland Express travels to the very place each passenger most needs to visit. For some, it's the whimsical land of lost socks, where they uncover the fates of those errant pairs vanished from their drawers. For others, it's the mist-shrouded valley of forgotten names, where the monikers of childhood toys, teddy bears and wooden soldiers resurface like treasures from a dream. And for some, his gaze, warm and knowing, lingered on Holmes and Watson. It's the place where questions are answered not with facts, but with understanding, a realm where the heart's queries find solace in truths deeper than evidence. The conductor withdrew with a graceful nod, leaving Holmes and Watson in the cocoon of their compartment, sipping their extraordinary tea, its flavors swirling like memories of home and hope. Outside, the dreamscape unfurled in breathtaking vistas. They passed a lake, its surface a liquid mirror where swans crafted from pure radiant light glided with ethereal grace. The water reflected not their luminous forms, but the dreams cradled within their elegant necks, visions of love, loss, and quiet joys. Along the shore, children woven from starlight laughed and played, their games defying gravity and logic, yet resonating with an emotional clarity that felt truer than any earthly rule. Holmes, Watson murmured, his voice softened by the scene, "I believe I grasp why we're here." "Indeed, Watson," Holmes replied, his tone carrying a rare warmth. "We've dedicated years to unraveling mysteries steeped in darkness, murders, thefts, betrayals, each case a shadow on the soul. Perhaps now we're meant to explore mysteries that lead to light, to truths that heal rather than wound." Holmes turned from the window, his sharp features softened in a way Watson had seldom witnessed, his eyes reflecting the glow of the dreamscape. "Precisely, my dear fellow, the greatest mystery of all, how to find peace in a world that so often denies it, a puzzle not of clues but of the spirit." The train slowed, its rhythm a gentle lullaby, and a station emerged beyond the window, unlike the platform where they'd boarded. This station seemed sculpted from crystallized music, its arches and pillars humming with harmonies that resonated deep within Watson's bones, each note a vibration of joy and wonder. The platform teemed not with passengers but with questions, luminous orbs floating at varying heights, each pulsing with a unique hue, sapphire for curiosity, emerald for hope, amber for longing. They drifted like fireflies, their soft glows whispering of mysteries yet to be explored. "The station of gentle mysteries," Holmes remarked, a rare delight in his voice as he rose, his midnight blue coat draped over his arm. "Watson, I believe this is our stop." They gathered their belongings, Watson's medical bag, now brimming with instruments of emotional alchemy, and Holmes's coat, its fabric seeming to shimmer with the night sky itself, and approached the car's door. The conductor awaited them, his presence a quiet anchor. With a smile, he presented each a small gift. For Watson, a compass with a needle that pointed not to north but to peace, its golden face etched with runes that glowed faintly. For Holmes, a magnifying glass that revealed not traces of crime, but the hidden beauty in the mundane, a dewdrop's prism, a smile's warmth. "Will we see you again?" Watson asked, stepping onto the platform, the musical hum of the station enveloping him like a warm embrace. "Oh yes," the conductor assured, his voice steady with certainty. "The Dreamland Express runs every night for those attuned to its whistle. You need only remember that some journeys are not about reaching a destination, but about uncovering the treasures you carry within, truths of the heart that illuminate the path ahead." The train whistle sang its haunting lullaby once more, a melody that wove together notes of serenity and anticipation, resonating deep within the soul. The Dreamland Express stirred into motion, its wheels whispering against the tracks with a rhythm as soothing as a heartbeat. Its crystalline bell chimed a final delicate note, like a star falling gently into a velvet night as the train curved gracefully around a bend, vanishing into the shimmering horizon. Holmes and Watson stood on the platform, watching until the last glint of its silver carriages melted into the dreamscape, carrying its remaining passengers toward destinations crafted from their deepest yearnings, realms of peace, wonder, and quiet revelation. Turning to the station of gentle mysteries, Watson's breath caught at the sight of countless glowing orbs, each a question suspended in the air, pulsing with soft hues of sapphire, emerald, and rose. They floated patiently, their gentle hums weaving a symphony that vibrated through the crystalline arches of the station, each note a promise of insight. The platform itself seemed alive, its surface shimmering with a mosaic of light that shifted like ripples on a tranquil pond, reflecting the emotions of those who stood upon it. Holmes, his sharp eyes alight with curiosity, was drawn to a violet orb that glowed with the warmth of a hearth fire, its frequency a low, resonant hum of profound contentment. "Shall we, Watson?" Holmes asked, his voice soft yet eager. "This one seems to pose the question, what is the most restful thing in all the world?" Watson nodded, his heart stirred by the orb's gentle radiance. As they approached, the violet light expanded, enveloping them in a warm embrace that carried the faint, nostalgic scent of his mother's garden, lavender and roses, damp earth and blooming jasmine. The air grew thick with comfort, and images began to form within the glow, not as vivid scenes but as delicate suggestions of solace. A tabby cat purring on a sun-warmed windowsill, its fur gilded by afternoon light, the soft patter of rain against a window pane, promising safety within a cozy room, the satisfying weight of a well-loved book in weary hands, its pages whispering stories, the infectious ripple of a friend's laughter echoing through a shared moment. Each vision felt like a memory, yet somehow universal, as if drawn from the collective heart of humanity. "The answer," Watson murmured, his voice hushed with reverence, "is not a thing at all, but a feeling, the profound peace of being exactly where you belong, surrounded by what makes you whole." The violet orb pulsed once, its light flaring with warm agreement, then dissolved into a cascade of luminous motes that drifted down like a gentle benediction. The specks settled over them, each one a fleeting spark of joy that sank into Watson's being, filling a void he hadn't known existed. The peace that enveloped him was complete, a rediscovery of a part of himself long buried beneath the weight of life's darker mysteries. "Holmes," Undeterred by the moment's tenderness, approached another orb, this one glowing with a rich golden light that shimmered like molten sunlight. Its question, etched in the air like a whisper, asked, "What mystery is worth spending a lifetime to solve?" As its radiance enveloped them, the light wove a tapestry of their shared past, not the pulse-pounding moments of chasing culprits or unraveling conspiracies, but the quiet, uncelebrated interludes that bound them. Watson saw Holmes by the Baker Street fireplace, his violin coaxing soulful melodies from the strings, the notes curling like smoke in the lamplight. He saw their breakfasts together, the clink of teacups mingling with spirited debates over the morning paper. He saw the long hansom cab rides through London's fog-draped streets, where silence between them was not empty but rich with unspoken trust. Each memory glowed with a warmth that spoke of a bond forged not in triumph, but in the steady, enduring rhythm of companionship. The station's crystalline harmonies swelled, their music weaving through the visions, amplifying the quiet beauty of those fleeting, perfect moments. Holmes's voice, usually so precise and measured, carried a rare note of wonder that stirred Watson's heart. "The mystery of friendship," he said, his words soft yet resonant, like a violin string plucked in a quiet room. "How two people, through knowing each other, become more fully themselves, their lives enriched by a bond that defies logic, yet feels as inevitable as the stars." The golden orb pulsed in response, its light swelling with a warmth that seemed to affirm the truth of his words. Then, with a gentle sigh, it dissolved into a shower of luminous blessings, each mote settling over them like a whisper of joy. Watson felt his heart expand, brimming with a fullness that was both new and deeply familiar, as if the orb had unlocked a chamber of his soul he hadn't known was there. They wandered through the station of gentle mysteries, its crystalline arches humming with harmonies that wove through the air like threads of a celestial tapestry. The platform shimmered beneath their feet, its surface a mosaic of light that shifted with their emotions, ripples of hope, swirls of contentment, flashes of quiet awe. They approached question after question, each glowing orb offering a gentle enigma whose resolution brought not the sharp satisfaction of a solved crime, but the deeper, softer contentment of truths understood. One orb, pulsing with a silvery light, asked, "What is the sound of happiness?" As they neared, it enveloped them in a symphony of tender moments, the rustle of autumn leaves underfoot, a child's delighted giggle, the crackle of a fire on a winter's night, the soft clink of teacups shared in companionable silence. Another, radiant with emerald hues, posed, "Where do thoughts go when we're not thinking them?" It unfolded into a vision of a garden where ideas bloomed like flowers, irises of inspiration, roses of reverie tended by the dreams of sleeping minds, their petals glowing with the light of unvoiced musings. As a false dawn began to bathe the station in colors that had no names but shimmered with the essence of hope, blues that sang of possibility, pinks that whispered of renewal, they reached the final orb. It glowed with the soft, pearlescent sheen of the original mist, its question simple yet profound. What is the best way to end a perfect day? Holmes and Watson exchanged a glance, their eyes meeting in a moment of unspoken understanding, and a shared smile bloomed between them. Without words, they stepped toward the orb, and it enveloped them in a sensation as warm and familiar as returning home after a long journey. The air rich with the scent of polished wood, old books, and the faint tang of pipe smoke. The best way to end a perfect day, they said in unison, their voices blending like notes in a duet, is to know that tomorrow holds the promise of another one, filled with the same quiet wonders and shared moments. The station began to shimmer and fade, its dissolution as gentle as a soap bubble drifting on a summer breeze. The musical pillars softened into the familiar walls of 221B Baker Street, their warm wood paneling etched with the patina of countless shared evenings. The crystalline platform melted into the intricate patterns of their Persian rug, its colors now still but no less comforting. The floating orbs settled into the soft shadows cast by their gas lamps, their glow lingering faintly in the corners of the room like echoes of starlight. Holmes and Watson found themselves back in their armchairs, the fire in the grate crackling softly, its embers casting a golden glow across the room. Their teacups, now ordinary china, their rims kissed by the faintest trace of steam, sat cooling on the table between them, though Watson could swear his still carried a whisper of that impossible colourful flavour, a blend of lavender dreams and chamomile peace. The air was thick with the comfort of the familiar, yet tinged with the magic of their journey. "Holmes," Watson said, his voice heavy with approaching sleep, "did we just dream, Watson? Travel?" Holmes's reply was soft, his eyes half closed, a rare vulnerability in his expression. "Does it matter? Some experiences transcend the need for classification, existing only to be felt." Watson nodded, his eyelids growing heavy, the weight of the journey settling into a restful calm. Outside, the November fog swirled through London's streets, but just at the edge of perception, Watson caught the faint crystalline chime of a bell, its lullaby melody carried on the night air. "Holmes?" he murmured. "Yes, Watson." Holmes's voice was a whisper, soft as silk. "Thank you for the journey." Holmes's reply came like a gentle breeze. "Thank you, my dear friend, for being the perfect traveling companion." The gas lamps dimmed, their light flickering into a soft golden haze, and the fire settled into glowing coals, casting long, warm shadows across the room. In the embrace of their sitting room's comfortable darkness, Holmes and Watson drifted into a sleep so deep and restful it felt like a gift from the stars. If their dreams were filled with amethyst trains gliding through realms of wonder, stations sculpted from crystallized music, and questions that glowed like gentle constellations with answers that felt like home, neither would be surprised. Some mysteries, they knew, were not meant to be solved, but to be lived, their truths unfolding in the heart's quiet moments. Outside, the fog swirled on, and somewhere in the distance, the Dreamland Express's whistle sang its eternal lullaby, waiting patiently for the next souls ready to hear its call. Zen Tales, the dream train to quiet waters. The evening mist rose from the valley floor like incense from a temple bowl, curling between the ancient pines that had stood sentinel over the mountain railway for longer than anyone could remember. Kenji adjusted his conductor's cap and stepped onto the platform of Tsukiakari Station, where a single lantern cast a warm amber glow over the weathered wooden boards. The moonlit express waited patiently on the tracks, its brass fittings gleaming softly in the lamplight, steam rising lazily from its stack like the breath of a sleeping dragon. This was no ordinary train. It ran only on nights when the moon was full, carrying passengers who sought not merely to reach a destination, but to find something they hadn't known they were looking for. Kenji had been its conductor for 37 years, and in all that time he had never grown tired of watching faces transform during the gentle journey through the mountains. Tonight, as always, the platform held a small gathering of souls. There was Grandmother Sato, her silver hair gleaming like moonbeams, clutching a worn leather satchel that contained, Kenji knew, pressed flowers from her late husband's garden. Beside her stood a young businessman named Hiro, still wearing his crisp suit, but with loosened tie and weary eyes that spoke of too many late nights in fluorescent offices. A middle-aged woman in a soft blue cardigan held the hand of her sleeping daughter, while an elderly monk in simple robes sat cross-legged on a bench, his eyes closed in peaceful meditation. "All aboard the moonlit express," Kenji called softly, his voice carrying the warmth of honey tea and the patience of flowing water. "Tonight we journey to the Valley of Quiet Dreams." One by one the passengers climbed aboard, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpets that lined the train's corridors. The interior was unlike any modern conveyance. Polished wood panels reflected the glow of paper lanterns that swayed gently from the ceiling, casting dancing shadows that seemed to tell stories of their own. Cushioned seats faced large windows, and small tables held steaming cups of jasmine tea that had appeared as if by magic. Hiro settled into a window seat and accepted a cup from Kenji with a grateful nod. "How far to the Valley of Quiet Dreams?" he asked, his voice carrying the tension of a man accustomed to schedules and deadlines. Kenji smiled, his weathered face crinkling at the corners like old paper. "Distance is not measured in miles on this train, young man. We arrive when we are ready to arrive." The train began to move with the smoothest of motions, so gentle that the passengers barely felt the transition from stillness to journey. Outside the windows, the village of Tsukiakari slowly fell away, its few remaining lights twinkling like earthbound stars until they were swallowed by the embrace of the forest. The air inside the car filled with the sweet scent of tea and the soft murmur of low conversation. As the train slipped deeper into the silent mountains, the full moon, a perfect disk of silver, rose above the jagged peaks and bathed the world in a wash of ethereal light. Hiro, captivated, watched the landscape unfold, the familiar shapes of pine trees and stone lanterns transformed into something otherworldly. He felt the knots in his shoulders begin to loosen, the incessant mental chatter of deadlines and profit margins replaced by the quiet rhythm of the train's wheels on the tracks. Grandmother Sato, her eyes closed, hummed a tune so ancient it was part of the wind itself, while the little girl in the blue cardigan woke up, her face pressed against the window, her small hand pointing at the moon. The monk opened his eyes, a serene smile gracing his lips as he simply watched the light. This was the magic of the Moonlit Express, a journey not just through space, but through the soul, where the world outside became a mirror for the peace within. As they climbed higher into the mountains, the moonlight filtered through the canopy of leaves, creating patterns of silver and shadow that shifted and danced across the forest floor. The rhythmic clicking of wheels on rails became a lullaby, a meditation bell that called the mind to stillness and the heart to peace. Grandmother Sato opened her satchel and withdrew a pressed chrysanthemum, its golden petals still holding a whisper of their original fragrance. She held it up to catch the lamplight, and her eyes grew distant with memory. "I picked this 50 years ago," she said to no one in particular, though her voice carried clearly through the gentle car. "On the morning my husband proposed to me in his mother's garden. We were so young then, so certain we knew what love meant." The monk opened his eyes and regarded her with the kind attention of one who had learned to listen with his whole being. "And now, honorable grandmother, what does love mean now?" She smiled, the expression transforming her face into something timeless and radiant. "Now I understand that love is not something you have, but something you become. Like this flower no longer fresh and bright, but somehow more beautiful for having been pressed between the pages of time." Hiro found himself listening despite his intention to use the journey for catching up on work. His laptop sat closed on the table before him, forgotten in favor of the conversation that flowed like a gentle stream through the car. The mother with the sleeping child, her name was Yuki, Kenji had learned during ticketing, adjusted her daughter's blanket, and gazed out at the moonlit landscape. "I used to worry so much about her future," she murmured. What school she would attend, what career she would choose, whether she would be happy. But watching her sleep like this, I remember that she already knows how to be perfectly content. Perhaps I should learn from her instead of trying to teach her to be like me. The train curved around a mountainside, and suddenly the view opened to reveal a valley filled with morning glory flowers that bloomed only in moonlight, their trumpet faces lifted toward the silver orb above. The sight drew gasps of wonder from the passengers, and even Hiro pressed his face to the window like a child seeing snow for the first time. "The Midnight Garden," Kenji announced softly. "They say these flowers hold the dreams of everyone who has ever wished upon a star. Some nights, if you listen carefully, you can hear them whispering." The moon climbed higher, its light now flooding the interior of the train car. Dust motes danced in the silver beams, tiny stars moving to an unseen current. Hiro leaned his head against the cool glass, the last vestiges of his work-related stress finally dissolving into the soft glow. The train glided past a waterfall, its cascading water shimmering like liquid moonlight, and Hiro realized he had not thought about his next meeting or his quarterly reports for what felt like a lifetime. He was simply present, a sensation so foreign it was like discovering a new sense. Across the aisle, the little girl turned from the window and, with a trusting smile, pointed at the moon reflected in her cup of jasmine tea. The monk nodded at her, a silent acknowledgement of the shared moment of simple wonder. Kenji, watching from the end of the aisle, understood. The moonlit express was a vessel for memory and for dreams, a moving sanctuary where passengers could shed the burdens of their everyday lives and reconnect with the quiet, luminous parts of themselves they had forgotten. The train slowed as it passed through the garden, and indeed, a soft susurrus seemed to rise from the countless blooms, not quite voices, not quite music, but something that spoke directly to the deepest part of the soul. Little Emmy stirred in her mother's arms and smiled in her sleep, as if the flowers were telling her a particularly delightful secret. As they climbed higher still, the air grew thin and pure, carrying the scent of snow from distant peaks and the clean fragrance of pine and cedar. A small station appeared ahead, no more than a platform beside a tiny tea house nestled among the trees. The sign read Serenity Heights, painted in elegant calligraphy that seemed to glow in the moonlight. The train came to its characteristic gentle stop, and the door opened with a soft sigh. An elderly woman emerged from the tea house, moving with the unhurried grace of someone who had learned to find eternity in each moment. She wore a simple kimono, the color of twilight, and carried a wooden tray laden with small cups. Mountain water tea, she offered, stepping aboard to serve each passenger. Melted from snow that fell on peaks so high they touched the dreams of sleeping clouds. The tea was unlike anything they had ever tasted, clear as crystal, yet somehow containing the essence of mist and starlight, of ancient stones and patient moss. Each sip seemed to wash away not just thirst, but the accumulated dust of worry and haste that had settled on their spirits. The monk accepted his cup with a deep bow. "This tea carries great wisdom," he observed. The tea woman smiled. "All water is wise," she replied. "It always finds the gentlest path to its destination, never fighting the mountain, but always, eventually, reaching the sea. We could learn much from its patience." Hiro found himself nodding, surprised by the truth that seemed to resonate in his chest. How long had he been fighting against the current of his own life, pushing and striving when perhaps what he needed was to flow like water, finding the natural path? The tea woman departed as quietly as she had come, and the train resumed its journey. They passed through tunnels carved through the heart of the mountain, where crystalline formations caught and reflected the train's lights like underground stars. In one tunnel, they came upon an underground lake so still and perfect that it seemed like a mirror to some celestial realm, and schools of blind fish moved through its depths like liquid silver. "I read once," Grandmother Sato said, watching the fish with wonder, "that in the deepest caves, where no sunlight ever reaches, there are creatures that have learned to make their own light. They carry stars within themselves." "Perhaps we all do," suggested Yuki, stroking her daughter's hair. "Perhaps we've just forgotten how to let them shine." The train emerged from the tunnels into a high alpine meadow where wild horses grazed in the moonlight, their coats shimmering like liquid mercury. They lifted their heads as the train passed, unafraid, their dark eyes reflecting an ancient wisdom that spoke of freedom and the wind's secret songs. At another small station called Contentment Junction, an old farmer joined them, his hands bearing the honest calluses of one who had spent his life coaxing life from the earth. He settled into a seat with the satisfaction of a job well done and accepted tea with a grateful nod. "Good harvest this year," he told Kenji. "Not the biggest, mind you, but each grain of rice perfect in its own way. I've learned that abundance isn't about quantity, it's about appreciation." He pulled from his pocket a handful of rice grains and let them pour from palm to palm like tiny pearls. Each one of these held the potential for 1,000 more. But instead of becoming 1,000, it chose to become sustenance, to fulfill its purpose by nourishing others. There's a kind of wisdom in that sacrifice that most people never see. The businessman found himself drawn into the conversation despite himself. "In my work," Hiro said slowly, "we always talk about growth, expansion, maximizing potential. But maybe there's something to be said for choosing quality over quantity, for being perfect in a small way rather than mediocre in a large way." The farmer smiled and offered him a few grains of rice. "Plant these in your heart, young man. Not every seed needs to become a forest. Sometimes the most beautiful tree is the one that grows alone on the mountainside, twisted and small but perfectly suited to its place in the world." As the night deepened, the train entered a region where hot springs bubbled up from the earth, sending curtains of steam across the tracks. The air grew warm and humid, carrying the mineral scent of deep earth and the whisper of water finding its own level. In the distance, they could see the lights of a small village built around the springs, where people soaked in the healing waters beneath the stars. At the village station, a young woman boarded, her clothes still damp from the springs, her face glowing with the particular peace that comes from being thoroughly warmed from within. She carried a small wooden flute and, after settling into her seat, began to play a melody so gentle and haunting that it seemed to emerge from the mountain itself. The music wove through the car like incense, touching each passenger in a different way. Grandmother Sato's pressed flower seemed to pulse with renewed life in the melody's embrace. Hiro felt the tight knots in his shoulders begin to loosen for the first time in months. Yuki's daughter stirred and smiled more deeply in her sleep, as if the music were a lullaby from some half-remembered paradise. Even the monk, well versed in the arts of meditation and inner stillness, found himself transported by the simple beauty of the tune. When the young woman finished, the silence that followed was not empty but full, pregnant with the resonance of something beautiful shared. "What was that song?" Yuki asked softly. The flute player tucked a strand of damp hair behind her ear. "It has no name," she replied. "I learned it from the sound the wind makes when it passes through the bamboo grove near the springs. Each night it plays a different variation, and each night I try to remember the tune, but like the wind itself, it can never be captured completely, only experienced in the moment it occurs. The train began to descend now, following a path that wound down through terraced gardens, where tea bushes grew in neat rows, their leaves silver in the moonlight. Each terrace was a testament to generations of patient cultivation, of understanding that the best things in life cannot be rushed, but must be allowed to mature in their own time. At one point, they passed a small shrine tucked into a grove of cherry trees. Though it was not the season for blossoms, the trees seemed to glow with an inner light, and petals of pure moonlight drifted down like snow, disappearing before they touched the ground. The shrine keeper, an ancient woman whose age seemed to be measured in centuries rather than years, stood in the doorway and bowed as the train passed, her gesture carrying a blessing that seemed to settle on the passengers like a benediction. The shrine of fulfilled wishes, Kenji explained. They say that every sincere wish ever made eventually finds its way there, even if it takes lifetimes to arrive. The shrine keeper tends them all, nurturing the ones that are ready to bloom, and keeping the others safe until their proper season comes. Hiro found himself wondering what wishes of his own might be waiting in that sacred space. Not the obvious ones, success, wealth, recognition, but the deeper longings he had buried beneath years of ambition and anxiety. The wish to find peace, the wish to know his own heart, the wish to remember what it felt like to be truly alive instead of merely busy. The train crossed a series of bridges over rushing streams that caught and scattered the moonlight like handfuls of diamonds. Each bridge was different, one made of ancient stone, worn smooth by countless years, another of bamboo that swayed gently in the mountain breeze, a third carved from a single fallen tree so massive it could only have been a gift from the forest itself. As they crossed each bridge, the sound of the water below changed, now a cheerful babble, now a deep singing, now a whispered conversation between stones that had been polished by centuries of patient flow. The variations were subtle but distinct, like movements in a symphony composed by the mountain itself. The farmer leaned toward his window, listening intently. Each stream knows its own song, he observed, but they're all heading to the same sea. Makes you think about how we're all so different on the surface, different voices, different stories, but maybe we're all flowing toward the same destination. The monk nodded thoughtfully. In the monasteries, we often speak of the many paths up the mountain. From below they seem to lead in different directions, but they all end at the same peak. Perhaps what matters is not which path we choose, but that we keep climbing with sincere hearts. As if summoned by their conversation about paths and destinations, the train began to slow as it approached what Kenji announced as their final station, the Valley of Quiet Dreams. But first, they passed through one last wonder, a tunnel lined entirely with crystals that had formed over millennia, each one catching and amplifying the train's lights until the passengers felt as if they were traveling through the heart of a star. When they emerged, the valley spread before them like a scene from a painting by some master of tranquility. A lake so perfectly still it might have been polished, Obsidian reflected the full moon with absolute fidelity. Around its shores, weeping willows trailed their branches in the water, creating gentle ripples that caught the light like liquid silver. Small lights, perhaps lanterns, perhaps something more mysterious, dotted the far shore like earthbound constellations. The station itself was built on stilts over the lake, its platforms extending out over the water so that disembarking passengers would step directly into the serene embrace of the valley. Lotus flowers bloomed in the shallows, their white petals luminous in the moonlight, their broad leaves providing resting places for sleeping dragonflies whose wings caught occasional glimmers of starlight. As the train came to its final gentle stop, the passengers gathered their belongings with the reluctant movements of those who have found something precious and are loath to leave it behind. But the atmosphere was not one of sadness, rather there was a sense of completion, of having received exactly what they had needed without knowing they had needed it. Kenji moved through the car, helping each passenger with their luggage and offering small paper lanterns to light their way. "The path to the village is clearly marked," he said, "but take your time. The night is still young, and sometimes the most important part of any journey is the last few steps." Grandmother Sato was the first to disembark, moving with a sprightliness that seemed to have returned to her during the journey. She paused at the platform's edge and released her pressed chrysanthemum into the lake, where it floated like a small golden boat carrying her memories to some peaceful harbor. "Thank you," she said simply to Kenji, though her words seemed to encompass more than just the train ride. "I came aboard thinking I was carrying the past with me, but I see now that the past was carrying me. It's time to set us both free." The young businessman, though perhaps he was no longer quite so driven by business, gathered his unopened laptop and stepped onto the platform. The crisp lines of his suit had somehow softened during the journey, and his eyes held a clarity that spoke of priorities realigned and purposes rediscovered. "I thought I was taking this train to escape something," he said to the conductor, "but I think I was actually traveling towards something. Toward myself, maybe, or at least toward a version of myself I'd forgotten existed." He handed Kenji his business card, not to network or make connections, but as a kind of offering, a symbol of the identity he was ready to leave behind. Kenji accepted it with the solemnity due such gestures, and tucked it carefully into his pocket, where it joined countless others that had been surrendered by passengers over the years. Yuki gathered her sleeping daughter, who had remained peacefully unconscious throughout the entire journey, dreaming whatever dreams children dream when carried safely through moonlit landscapes by those who love them. As she prepared to disembark, little Emmy stirred and opened her eyes, not with the cranky confusion of a child awakened from sleep, but with the serene alertness of someone returning from a beautiful reverie. "Mama," she whispered, "I dreamed I was a flower in a garden where it was always night-time, and the moon was the sun, and all the other flowers were singing lullabies to the stars." Yuki smiled and kissed her daughter's forehead. "What a lovely dream, sweetheart. Maybe you can tell me more about it while we walk." The mother with the flute gathered her simple belongings and prepared to continue her journey, whatever path it might take her on from here. She offered to play one more song for the departing passengers, but Kenji gently declined. "Music is like moonlight," he said. "Its beauty lies partly in its transience. The song you played earlier will echo in our hearts long after the notes have faded. Sometimes the memory of beauty is more precious than beauty itself." The farmer shouldered his small pack and stepped onto the platform with the measured pace of one accustomed to walking behind a plough. He paused to examine one of the lotus flowers, nodding with the approval of someone who recognized quality craftsmanship in all its forms. "Good roots," he observed to the monk who had joined him at the platform's edge. "Deep and strong, but not grasping. They hold the flower steady, but let it float freely on the surface. There's wisdom in that kind of grounding." The monk bowed slightly in acknowledgement. "In our tradition we say that enlightenment is like the lotus born from mud and darkness, but blooming in the light. Perhaps we all carry within us the potential for such flowering, if we can learn to sink our roots deep while keeping our faces turned toward illumination." Last to disembark was the tea woman from the mountain station, who had remained quietly in the back of the car throughout most of the journey, observing the interactions of the other passengers with the gentle attention of someone whose profession was the nourishment of travelers. She approached Kenji as the others made their way along the moonlit path toward the village. "Another successful journey," she observed, though it was as much a question as a statement. Kenji nodded, watching the small procession of lantern lights bobbing along the shore like a constellation descended to earth. "They came aboard carrying different burdens," he replied, "but they all seem to be walking lighter now. That's how we measure success on the Moonlit Express, not by distance covered or schedules kept, but by the weight that has been lifted from traveling hearts." The tea woman smiled and handed him a small ceramic cup, not one of the ones she had served from during the journey, but something personal, something she had carried for years. "For your own refreshment," she said. "Even conductors need to be nourished sometimes." The cup was warm to the touch and seemed to contain not tea but liquid starlight, clear and bright, and somehow effervescent, as if it held the essence of all the joy that had been shared during the journey. Kenji drank it slowly, feeling it spread through his body like a benediction, renewing his spirit for whatever passengers the next full moon might bring. As the tea woman walked away to join the others, Kenji began the process of preparing the train for its return journey. He collected the empty teacups, each one somehow different than it had been at the beginning of the trip. Some seemed to hold traces of silver light, others carried the faintest fragrance of mountain flowers, and all bore the invisible imprint of the lips that had touched them and the hands that had held them. The paper lanterns were extinguished one by one, but their warm glow seemed to linger in the wood and brass of the train's interior, as if the vehicle itself had absorbed some of the contentment and peace of its passengers. The cushions still held the impressions of the bodies that had rested in them, but those impressions seemed somehow deeper than mere physical pressure. They were the marks left by souls who had found, however briefly, a place where they could truly rest. In the distance, the lights of the village twinkled like a handful of stars scattered across the earth. The passengers would find there whatever they needed, some a place to sleep until morning, others perhaps a new beginning, and still others simply a quiet space to sit and contemplate all that had transpired during their moonlit journey. The lake lapped gently against the station's pilings, creating a rhythm like a great heart beating slowly and peacefully. Somewhere in the darkness, a night bird called once, its voice clear and pure as temple bells. The sound seemed to be a signal, for moments later, fireflies began to rise from the reeds along the shore, their tiny lights blinking in patterns that might have been a language known only to themselves and the watching moon. Kenji made one final walk through the empty cars, checking that nothing had been left behind, though he knew from experience that the most important things passengers brought aboard the Moonlit Express were never the kinds of things that could be forgotten in seat pockets or under tables. What they left with was not diminished by what they left behind. Rather, they departed, enriched, carrying within them gifts that would continue to unfold long after the train had disappeared into the mountain mists. As he prepared to signal the engineer that they were ready for the return journey, Kenji paused at one of the windows and looked out over the Valley of Quiet Dreams. The moon had begun its descent toward the western peaks, but its light still painted the landscape in silver and shadow, transforming the ordinary into the magical and the familiar into the profound. Somewhere in the village, he knew, his passengers were settling into whatever rest the night would bring them. Perhaps Grandmother Sato was sitting by a window, no longer clutching memories but letting them flow through her like water through cupped hands. Maybe the young businessman was lying on his back looking up at the stars, relearning the art of wonder he had forgotten in his climb toward success. The mother and daughter might be sharing quiet conversation about dreams and flowers and all the beautiful mysteries that children understand without needing to have them explained. The train began to move again, slowly and gently, carrying its conductor back toward the world of ordinary nights and mundane destinations. But Kenji knew that he would return with the next full moon, and that the platform at Tsukiakari Station would once again hold its small gathering of souls in need of passage to places they couldn't quite name but somehow recognized as home. As the Valley of Quiet Dreams disappeared behind veils of mist and distance, the morning stars began to fade before the approach of dawn. But the peace that had settled over the valley and over the hearts of all who had journeyed there would remain long after the sun had risen and the ordinary world had reclaimed its dominion over waking minds. For some gifts can only be given in darkness, some truths can only be seen by moonlight, and some journeys can only be taken by those willing to travel not toward a destination marked on any map, but toward the quiet country of their own deepest dreams. The moonlit express disappeared into the mountain tunnel, carrying with it the echo of gentle conversations and the lingering fragrance of jasmine tea, ready to begin the long, patient wait for the next full moon and the next gathering of travelers who had somehow heard, in the depths of their hearts, the whispered invitation to board the train that travels not through space, but through the landscapes of wonder and the geography of the soul. In the village by the lake, The first light of dawn began to touch the eastern peaks, but it fell softly, like a benediction rather than an awakening. For this was a place where night and day had learned to greet each other gently, where transition was not abrupt but gradual, and where the boundary between dreaming and waking was as soft and permeable as morning mist. And so the passengers of the moonlit express began their gentle return to the waking world, carrying within them the gifts they had received during their journey, not treasures that could be counted or weighed, but the more precious currency of peace restored, wonder rekindled, and hearts reminded of their capacity for contentment. The train was gone, but its gifts remained, settling into the spirits of its passengers like seeds, finding fertile ground, ready to bloom in whatever season brought the proper conditions for growth. And perhaps that is the greatest magic of all, not the transformation that happens in a single moment of revelation, but the quiet miracles that unfold over time in lives that have been touched, however briefly, by the possibility of traveling towards something better than the destinations we think we seek. The moon set behind the mountains, but its light lingered in the memory of water, the whisper of wind through mountain pines, and the dreams of those who had learned, for one perfect night, what it meant to journey not as passengers rush toward their destinations, but as pilgrims walking slowly and mindfully toward home.